Good morning, guys. Welcome to Morning Monologues.
Cat's
Oh,
angry. Listen to her get mad.
well, you just got your blanket yeeted also, by the by, so.
No, dude. What the frig, man? Who did that? Doc Soup, you're banned. Get out of here. You're banned.
Ear band. Ear band.
Loathe entirely.
And you had just finished saying Cat's mad, listen to her rant, and now you're mad.
I wasn't mad. Now I am.
Now he's
But I
also
love
chosen
you.
violence.
But I love you. Oh, I see. Yeah, wife beater syndrome don't work on me, Doc Soup, unless you're Adobe. Okay. Sorry.
Now who's choosing violence?
It's fine. Go ahead. Get mad about what you wanted to be mad about.
I don't know. I kind of want to hear you go off now. Just on this alone.
I just want to know why DJ's defending him. What are you doing? What are you doing, DJ? What are you trying to get banned too? I can ban a mod. I'll figure out a way. I'll find a way. Nick's ban him. You're the other mod. Ban him.
Anyway,
I'm wielding my ban hammer loosely today.
Anyway, hi guys. let me scroll up here.
This was supposed to be cat crashing out, and I immediately come up and get crashing out. And then I literally said right before we said, "Are you ready?" I literally said, "Take the energy that you were just giving to me and give it to them as we enter." And then this happened.
And Doc
Like literally just said it.
Doc just somehow heard that conversation, was like, bet. Just yeeted your blankie. Oh man, you know what? I feel less angry now. Thank you for that. That was amazing.
Yeah, I do what I can, I guess.
But okay, Labyrinth, congrats on getting first. We got a Nyx, we got a Dans, we got a DJ, we got a Slurms, we got a Mama Hades, we got a Crud Muffin, we got a Joseph.
Really,
well, Hood's not winning.
It's just an insult really against Nyx, because all you're basically saying is we don't want to see your art on screen. So do with that as you will.
Don't twist it that way, man. Don't do that.
Do with that as you will. Do with that as you just don't want to see Nyx's amazing blankie art on screen.
I mean, I still has my blankie.
But they won't see mine, so they don't like all of her art.
Oh, we got a frog, we got a dog. Golden Sunrose, hello, welcome in. Sammy, good morning. Sir Bacon, good morning. Dan, good morning. Sorry.
Yeah, see, look, Nyx says rude. See, you're gonna make Nyx cry. You don't want to make Nyx cry, do you?
Oh, congrats on your 15 stream streak. Oh my gosh.
Dog has lost it. Well, brother, you can't lose what you never had, so.
Still have 3 days until my vacation, and now I have the flu, but the meddlesome shrew Stan still isn't gonna rob me of my joy. Amen, Crud Muffin. See, Hood, you can take a note or two from Crud Muffin. Stan ain't gonna steal your joy even without your blankie.
No. I want my Gurren Lagann blankie. Bah humbug until I get my blankie back.
Oh my gosh. Oh, there is no guest today. Hood is one of we run morning monologues together, but maybe I should start tagging you in the title in case people are curious. That's my bad.
It's been a while since you haven't not had me, so.
I know, I just got lazy.
Like a year.
I just got lazy, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, like, in other words, so whoever wondered that must not have been here for
yeah. Sir Bacon is a newer member of our community and stuff. Also, hi Sally. I think I said it. I don't know. Milkman. I can't believe people
Stan
don't want
might
to
not steal your joy, but Dan will.
Wait, why are we saying Dan? It was Doc that stole
I don't
the
know.
blankie.
I was trying to figure that out too. I was looking for that. It was DJ was the one we were.
Why is Dan's catching
DJ and
strays
Doc.
here?
Yeah, Dan's just like, what the heck, man? I'm just hanging out.
I posted a sermon by the pastor of my new church on X. It's incredibly good. Ooh, I'll have to check that out later. gives
Oh,
Hood a
different Dan.
binky.
I forgot we have 50 Dans.
Yeah, I've not seen it yet, Hood, but 'tis a pleasure. Yeah. Hood is yeah, the shout out thing. Hood is a YouTuber.
Ah,
So he's over on the
I am.
YouTubes.
I am. Hello.
And would you
Sir
look at
Bacon.
that?
Hope
Your
to see you
5
around.
minutes, your 5 minutes of suffering is done. Here's your blankie.
Yeah, until someone immediately takes it again.
No, there's a bit of a cooldown there. There's a bit of a cooldown. Doc and DJ have a vendetta against Dan's friend. Yeah, I don't know where that came from or how that happened, but I'm like, poor Dan's catching strays over here. Okay, now that Hood has his blankie, I'm gonna take his anger and rage and I'm going to crash out for a minute here.
I give my power to you.
I get the rage
Everybody,
stick
give
now.
her your spirit energy so she can make a spirit bomb right now. A spirit bomb of hatred.
Yeah,
Lift your arms up to give her your spirit energy.
Because that totally goes with the whole, Christmas theme and everything. But guys, I'm losing faith in the arts industry more and more each day. And also Spotify. I'm questioning everything about Spotify. But I woke up this morning and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna listen to, my recent liked songs. And as I walk and trudge through the snow and get things ready at the office and get ready at the house first and then go over, and I put on my headphones, I open my Spotify playlist, and I go to play the song that I've had on repeat daily for the last however many days, and it's gone. And I'm like, uh-oh, did I bump something? Did I forget to save it to my liked? I go look it up. It's gone. It's no longer on Spotify. And I'm like, Nani? Huh? I'm confused. Why? And then I panic because this is the third cover song that I have found that I've liked. Well, the original of this song I also enjoy, but this one I liked more because it I don't know, it's kind of like that cinematic feel to it. And but the other two, when they got taken off of Spotify, they got scrubbed from the interwebs, like YouTube everywhere. So I panicked. I went to YouTube and it's still on there. So I immediately downloaded it off of YouTube because I'm like, I am not losing another song that is like writing inspiration. I am not about to do that. And I've just had it. I've had it. Like, again, as long as people are going about the right way of doing covers and stuff, then by all means, leave them alone. It's free promotion for your song. But there's such a toxic, entitled spirit in the arts industry now. Like the last two, and again, it probably stems from everyone's an indie artist and everyone's afraid of being outshined by the other. And it's all this like fear and jealousy and stuff. But I will say the last two people like got so butthurt that these cover remix songs or whatever were gaining more traction than their original song. But still, like, it still points people back to their song. But whatever it was, they like scrubbed the internet of the songs. And I was so sad because they were good songs. Like it made me actually like their song. And then the one gal actually threw a hissy fit over on TikTok about it, being like, you guys need to like respect art and don't touch it because it's my art, it's my feelings, it's my this. And it's like, bro, you are not above everyone else. Like there is fan art being made of Freerin. Like there's like all these other things in different artsy areas of the industry where people are inspired and put their own twist and take on it and stuff. That's normal. You are not above everyone else. Gosh. The only nice thing was after enough backlash, she finally like, I think it was like her PR team were finally like, okay, actually, this is bad. You should maybe try collabing with the guy who did like the remix and stuff and make it an actual song because you're losing followers. You're dropping in views of your song. Like you're not doing so good. And so eventually, with in her case, they collabed with the guy who made the remix, and he was like super chill about it. Like when the whole thing went down, he was like, "Oh, he's like, well, like," and he was honest with his community. He's like, I did try reaching out and asked her, like, "Hey, like, I did this little snippet remix of your song, and I was wondering, like, hey, like, if you'd want to like collab, or if it was okay if I posted this and stuff." Never heard back from her. Just everything got like copyright striked everywhere. And I was like, bro, you can't even have a conversation with somebody. So I think it wasn't until her PR team saw that he was growing after this whole ordeal and she was like losing people, then they finally band together. And it was like, this all could have been avoided had you just been like, oh yeah, sure. No, that's cool. Like that's really cool. I like this. This is fun. And then yeah, collab with him because then hey, guess what? You start to get money off of that. Like it's not that hard, guys. This has been a long occurring thing for years. Is someone makes a song and then people make covers of it. Like heck, even what is it? What was I saying earlier? Hood Whitney Houston. I will always
Mhm.
love you. That was not her song. I believe that was Dolly Parton's song. And then she did a cover of it. And guess what? They both did fine. So I'm just, gosh, I'm so sick of this entitled, jealous, hateful spirit in the industry. Like, yeah, if someone's like, I don't know, like blatantly copy pasting your song and claiming it's theirs, then there's issue there. But if they're like, hey, this is a cover of so and so song, that's free promo. That's like all these artists making like merch thing. Well, not technically merch thing. Um, but making art of their favorite VTubers. There was a VTuber that lost it, being like, you can't take that and stuff. And everyone's like, bro, that's just the way things are. Like, that's free promo for you. So it's just,
Yeah.
ah,
Yeah, it's kind of the same conversation, not like a one for one, but it's a similar conversation to the whole piracy argument that people make, where it's like, do you have the right to shut that down? Yes, technically you have the right to shut that down. Does it behoove your reputation, your brand, and your reach? Verifiably no.
mm-hmm,
Verifiably no, it does not. Uh, Usually people absolutely despise you when you start cracking down on DMCAs and start cracking down on cease and desist over stuff like that. They like you and often will actually buy your product when you're chill with those types of things, which is
mm-hmm,
like, that's just the way it works. You can say it's ethical, it's not ethical, doesn't matter. That's just the way that it works. So in the same way, is like, bro, let people do your like let people do covers of your song. Why is
mm-hmm.
it like such a threat to you? Shouldn't it make you feel like, oh my gosh, people love my song so much they wanted to make their own cover of it? That
Yes.
that should make you be like honored. You should be like, wow, I can't believe someone wanted to use the song I made and redo it in their own style, so to speak, so that way like so that they could show how much they cared about it. And yeah, and then like let them profit off of their voice that they did of their version of your song. Like, who cares, man?
Mm-hmm,
Like, they're still your version. And I'm telling you right now, when you're chill like that, people will absolutely like you more. I've mentioned this, I think, before, but the dude that made the game Ultra Kill literally
mm-hmm,
had that happen to him. He saw a post on Twitter that someone said, "Wow, can't wait to try Ultra Kill," and he was very obviously pirating the game with the image that he took. And the indie developer who made Ultra Kill, and I believe it was literally one dude that made it, said, like, if you can give money to indie developers, like, we definitely appreciate it. Like, it means a lot. But like, I totally get if you don't, and you feel like you need to be able to just get stuff like this for free, because he's like, I just know back in the day when I couldn't afford stuff, if I wouldn't have had the access that I did to be able to play games that I did, I wouldn't have become a creator and I wouldn't have made Ultra Kill. So like, I actually am who I am today, and like know the skills that I do, and was able to be inspired because I had the ability to do that. So he's like, you know what? Like, I totally get it. He's like, if you could drop money, that's great. But if you can't, I understand. And
mm-hmm.
literally, his post on that, comment after comment, was people just saying, like, I'm gonna buy your game now. I like that you're chill. I'm buying your game now. And it was
Mhm.
like the best publicity for him. So again, whether or not it's like ethical doesn't matter in the end. It behooves you to just say, what's it matter? You
Mhm.
know? It just behooves you at the end of the day.
Yeah, I just and then I will say, I do get, faith back in humanity in that industry when I see people like what's his name? Like I think it's just Jake, but it's spelled instead of an A, it's a V.
From State Farm. Yeah.
But see, he's like, and again, being a TikTok artist, you're going to get people who do covers and remixes and stuff like that. That's just the nature of that platform. Like that's a given. Um, and so with Jake, he's picked up on that. And so occasionally he'll put out be like, "Hey, here's this song I'm writing. Here's the first verse and chorus. Let me know, like share your like what you think the second verse should be." And now like the song Her has absolutely blown up. And there's what is it? He's done like 5 or 6 different versions of it cuz he liked 5 to 6 different people's versions of the second verse.
Hmm.
And those have blown up. Like, hold on a second. Let me pull it up here. Um, ooh, best friendo. JB, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How's it going?
Best friendo.
Okay, hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Wait a minute.
Wait a second.
My song is back in my Spotify playlist, but that's on my computer. Hold on a second. Let me look over on my phone. 'Cause I don't think it's updated. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think it's updated because on my phone, I have both versions of Her saved, or 2 versions of Her saved. Hold on a sec. Go to artist. Let me see here. Oh yeah, like his song Her has 150 no, 155 million listens. And then
Yeah.
another version has 14 million. Another version has 3.3 million. Like it's blown up. It's absolutely blown up. And he gets it. He sees that. He's like, hey, I appreciate my community. I know that a bunch of y'all are super talented. So, hey, let's work together and make a masterpiece. And he's blowing up because of it, because he sees the potential. He understands how everything works on that platform and he runs with it. And he's succeeding and people love him for it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I digress. Ahem. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, guys. I just had to get that off my chest. I was just so peeved. I'm like, this is the third one. Why is everyone so like threatened by their community that, oh, they made it a better version, so I gotta get rid of it? It's like, no, they just made their own version of it. Yours is still popping off, but people like it. That's why they make so many covers and remixes of it and stuff. Like, it's so good. Just leave it alone.
Yeah, there's something weird. There's like this pretentiousness with people who do art now where they are like super protective over it and they're like, it's mine and you can't touch it and stuff. And that was always like when I was going through the schooling that I had, they're like, that's the sign of an amateur with somebody who is constantly worried about copyright, constantly worried about, are people going to take my stuff? It's like a telltale sign of whether or not you're an amateur or not because big actual people don't worry about stuff like that. They just keep making stuff and they keep pumping stuff out and they just kind of keep their nose to the grind rather than like being worried about what's around the next corner every 2 seconds. So, yeah, I'm kind of over I'm over the mentality of artists as of late, Like the whole my favorite thing right now is the whole Expedition 33 thing where
Oh my
people found out
gosh.
that they use AI or used like certain things for AI, which I
Yep.
guess like some people said it was like placeholders and stuff like that, but regardless, it doesn't matter. the people heard it had AI in there and now are retroactively saying, actually, the game sucked and it kind of always sucked and it always looked like really bad and it also looked like really trash and stuff. It's like that's not what you were saying a little bit ago. See, so it's like nobody can just enjoy a game anymore for any reason. They literally they enjoy games or they don't enjoy games. They have to get the common consensus of what they should and shouldn't like. It's like an NPC chip. It's like, do we all like this game right now, guys? We do? Oh, okay, yes, this game is great. Do we not like this game? Oh, the game's not good anymore. That's like nobody has
Yeah.
their own individual thought on the matter. Ironically, in a world of like entirely too much individualism, we somehow don't see that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Um but yeah, I'm sitting here laughing, eating popcorn, watching. I'm like, y'all were saying this was like one of the most beautiful games you'd ever seen, especially by an indie dev. And now all of a sudden it's ugly because it's quote unquote AI slop. Newsflash, you can't call it AI slop when you were excited about it prior and you said that it looked amazing. That's no longer slop. Now it's just AI and you liked it and you hate that you liked it. That's that's really where we're at right now. And that's your problem at that point, you know what I mean? Like, I just think that that's really, really funny watching people try to backtrack on stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's like, regardless of how you feel on AI, it's that mentality that people don't like. You can have an
Mm-hmm.
opinion on AI one way or another. That's fine. I don't care. That's not the important part. The part that's annoying is when you are tossed to and fro based off of what the current think process is right now. What's the current thing to be upset about? What's the current thing to
Mm-hmm.
enjoy? You know, and that theme's gonna come up kind of later because me and Kat were technically talking about it just prior to this,
True,
prior
true.
to doing this. So anyway,
It's just AI's become the new trigger word. Like anything AI related is immediately scum of the earth, absolute trash, funny mustache man level of bad. And it's like, okay, yes, it can be dangerous. Yes, it can be destructive, but also sometimes there's just little simple tools that are technically AI that help people. Like, I think Markiplier's still, like, people are still trying to cancel Markiplier for using, what was it, ChatGPT to kind of help organize his thoughts on something. And he's like, guys, I have editors, I have artists, I have this, I have that. I have people on my team. Occasionally, I use ChatGPT for ideas or to help me organize my ideas and stuff. That's not a crime. He's like, it's a tool to help people with that. And I guess
yeah,
if people want to cancel people for using ChatGPT to help with little things, hey, guess what, guys? You know the daily dice roll? I use ChatGPT to help give me some inspiration for those ones. I didn't copy
yeah,
paste all of them, but some of them I was like, "Ooh, I like that idea. I'm going to make it my own." So,
yeah.
I guess I'm next. Let's go, Mark. I'm with Mark
and
on
to
this
your
one.
and to your point, Bacon, like like we all know what quote unquote AI slop technically looks like. It's
Oh,
like
absolutely.
those Facebook memes that trick your grandparents. Like that's a version of that, right? Is it's just like this where the AI just mashes a bunch of crap together and kind of throws it out there. And there's no real thought behind it. It's just creating something, right? Like it's just
Mhm.
low effort, it's low whatever. And heck, even now it's getting where it's smart enough to where even the low effort stuff can kind of have its own appeal, but like we know what that looks like. Like you can see it and you're like, "Oh yeah, that kind of looks like weird. It looks fake or there's something wrong with it or there's this and that." But when
Mhm.
people actually have used AI and then there's like human interaction along with it, again, using it as like a tool and you can like then you have stuff that potentially is like again Expedition 33. I don't know exactly how much they used in there. I have a feeling they're not being as forthcoming because they know people are going to absolutely tear them a new one. So they probably because all they said is, "Well, we use some AI in there, but not much." That's what they said. That was their full statement on the matter. They didn't go
Yeah.
into too much more detail than that. And it's probably because they know they're going to get eaten alive.
Mhm.
Um and they shouldn't. They shouldn't get eaten alive for using a tool. Okay, so it's
Yeah.
it's you know it's just it becomes very obnoxious. Like it's become a cult now, and you make it to where people are going to go the exact opposite direction of the way you want. You're like, hey, we need people to quit using this because it's oh hey
Sorry.
thanks man.
Thanks for the gifted sub to Milkman Dog.
Let's go. As soon as Milkman comes in, he's like, "Hey, back from it. Hi." But I digress. Like again, doesn't really matter. I'm really neither way. I'm neither pro nor anti on AI type stuff. I see it as immoral. But you make me more quote unquote pro the more you start bullying people and picking on them and
Mhm.
attacking them. That's gonna make me not go for your cause, and it's gonna make me go for the other cause instead. Just by nature, I'm going to do that. It's the same thing as like when you pick on somebody that I care about and it's like, yeah, but they did something wrong. I'm like, literally don't care. I don't care if they did. You don't get to pick on them. I will talk to them instead. It's the
Mhm.
whole adulterous woman situation in that regard, you know. So it's like I just like I don't know, man. I'm just over the bullying. I'm over people getting mad about things that really don't need to get mad about. Um yeah, I don't know. I think it's lame. So,
Mhm.
anyway.
Yeah, and again, this is coming from an artist here, guys. Nick says, "Listen, I get the use of AI and I also get the hate of it, but people need to use this as a way to improve themselves. I can either be intimidated by AI art or I can improve and stand above that." Yeah. And
Exactly.
it's just, I don't know. This might be a little bit of a stretching it, but this is like the whole like, oh, we'll just Google it. And it's like, okay.
Mhm.
Same with, well, I get, again, you have to be careful with AI stuff because again, some people have proven like you ask AI, like, oh, is Jesus real? I'm like, oh no, it's a myth. Like, okay, that's no.
Mhm.
But you could also Google, is Jesus real? And you'd get a mix of answers on there too. So it's like you got to use
Yeah.
discretion.
And that's the irony, right? Is I've seen a lot of people say stuff like, I don't use AI. I do the research. I go and Google it. You know how like 10, 15 years ago people used to say, "What, you go on Google? I go to a library." Okay? It's the
Yeah.
same argument, just a newer version of it. So like I don't want to hear it. Like it's just because Google's become accepted now. Give AI like 10 to 15 years, it'll become accepted and all the people that still hate it are going to be considered the fuddy duddies, just like the people who still hate like looking stuff up on the internet, right? Because that was the thing growing up. I had always heard, you can't trust anything on the internet. Why are you looking up stuff on the internet? And we were like, okay, whatever, dude. We have like information right at our fingertips. You just have to kind of know what to look for and what not to look for. It's the same concept. The
Mm-hmm.
same concept. You just don't like this new one. That's all. You just don't, you're just threatened by it. That's why I always go
Mm-hmm.
back to that, is I really think it's people are threatened by it rather than like how Nick said, it's like I can either be threatened by it and intimidated and attack it, which is really what mean girls do, okay? Mean girls
Mm-hmm.
attack other girls so that they make themselves look better. If they can make the other girl look, uglier or stupid or whatever, then they think by default that makes them look better. It doesn't. It just makes you look like a tool. That's
Mm-hmm.
all it does. You just look like a tool. So, it's like instead of doing that, you could just say, "Oh, wow, stuff is getting a lot better and it's getting a lot easier to do better stuff. I got to up my game. I also have to up my character." And I'll tell you what, just like the piracy situation, people will absolutely want to go with you over other things if they like you. If they like you and they appreciate you and they're like, "Man, you do good work too." And it's like, "Oh man, I could go with AI, but I like you. I'm going to go with you instead because you're nice and you give me a fair price and, you give me like a really good product that feels like, natural, and it feels like, I like that hand feel, of like a person doing it." People will do that, but the moment you start acting goofy on them, then they're going to give every excuse to go with AI over you instead, because that was kind of like, I've heard people make that argument in the past, back in like the 70s, 80s, 90s. People had to work with pretentious artists. There was no other option, right? You didn't have an alternative route. You simply had to work with them and you had to deal with it, and you had to get past their ego. You had to get all this to get the product that you were after, especially as a producer, as a director, as any of those things. Now, people are like, "Hey, guess what? You better make your personality better because we got other options now." And you
Mm-hmm.
can you can cry, you can scream, you can do whatever you want, but it's not going away. And again, I've said it before, but I can't. There's a term for it, and I can't remember what it's called. There's a term for the concept that basically once something is created, like once a piece of technology or a concept is developed, or an equation is solved, so to speak, you can never go back. It will always be there in some form or capacity. It's like when Albert Einstein created atomic energy, right? Like he found out the principles of atomic energy, and he's like, "Hey guys, this is something we can use to give people like energy in infinite supply, right? Nope, nope, we're gonna use it to create weapons of mass destruction that destroy
Mhm.
people. And he hated that. He's like, I wished I'd never created it. But guess what? Doesn't matter now. Now that it's created, it's just there now, and everybody
Yeah.
will be able to use it. That's the problem. Once you create something, it's just there. So now you can get mad, you can scream, you can cry, but it's not gonna behoove you. What behooves you is to actually improve upon your own skills and your own character, and then people will oftentimes they will like going with you over doing the other. And it's the same thing with piracy. Like there's a clip like I mentioned before of Gabe Newell getting interviewed, and he's like, yeah, I don't worry about piracy because we give them a good product for a reasonable price and we make the customer happy. We found by just doing those three things, piracy went down by like 80%. You know how big of a margin 80% is?
That's huge. That is
For
huge.
that's the vast majority of people saying, I could steal this, quote unquote, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna I'm gonna give you money because I like you. That's literally all it usually takes, is that you just actually care. And that's the problem, is these artists often don't care. They're pretentious for a reason. They think they're hot stuff. They think people should have to only go to them and nothing else. And so then when they feel threatened and they feel like, oh man, someone's better or something is better than me, now I have to try and destroy it so that I'm the only option. And you see it everywhere. It's again, that's the same thing with them making girls ugly in video games. It's the same thing. You feel threatened by something. Quit feeling threatened by these things. Just improve upon yourself and then go from there. Like, that's the thing that irritates me. Anyway, that's my little spiel on the art industry mentality right now. So,
Mhm. Yeah.
Hood just
My
described Nintendo. Yeah, I bring them up all the time, yo.
Yep. Yep, yep. I was gonna make a comment, but then I also realized, like, well, like technically, I'm sitting here with AI art, but also
Hmm.
part of me, it's out of spite.
And we love
Eventually.
you for it.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it.
Fight the
But
system.
because yeah, again, it's like it was supposed to only be a temporary thing, and then someone came at me. I'm like, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna keep this for a little longer now. So
Yeah.
it
Yeah, just to prove
is
a
what
point,
it is.
But yeah, like, yeah, Nintendo's a great example because, like, just in general, right? They made Pokemon, great franchise that people loved, and then they started sucking on their games. Like, their games just stopped being good. Their
Mm-hmm.
Pokemon games, people started getting upset. They're like, this game isn't finished. This game isn't fun. This game is empty. I remember with like the Pokemon Sword and Shield was like, that was a big thing, is it was just empty. There was a lot of nothing going on in the game. And then you have Pal World that comes out, similar concept, but like says, hey guys, we're gonna do basically Pokemon, but with guns. And people love that. And they were like, this is great. But rather than Nintendo being like, oh man, we gotta up our game, people are going to other Pokemon related type things instead of going to us, they're like, nope, you just don't get to do that anymore. We're gonna find a way to sue you. We're gonna spend all this money to try and make it so that you can't do this. We're going to, what was it? They're gonna try to patent the idea of throwing like a collection item, like an orb or whatever, at a creature to capture it. They were gonna try to patent that idea. That's stupid, dude. Quit being dumb. Like, literally, just Pal World outplayed you. They just
Mm-hmm.
literally gave people what they wanted. They're like, ah, good, a fun Pokemon game again. That's literally it. If you just gave people what they wanted, they'd be like, oh, dude, guys, Pokemon's cool again. And they'd go back to you. No, you gotta
Mm-hmm.
be a tool. You gotta go and ruin other people. You gotta go and try to make a big stink out of everything. Guess what? Now people, out of spite, aren't gonna play your Pokemon game anymore. You're
Yeah.
always gonna have the diehard fans, but there's gonna be a lot of people that say, you know what, I'm gonna check out. Peace, deuces, see you later. So it just doesn't behoove you, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's not why we're even here today. We're here to talk about anime hot takes.
I mean, here these are our pre-anime hot takes. These are just our hot takes in general. So now we're gonna move on to. We always gotta have an icebreaker, man. We always gotta have an icebreaker. So,
Yeah,
but yeah,
made a
we
cat
got.
crash out icebreaker.
I just was like, I can't stand the art industry anymore. I'm so done with everybody. It's like, grow up and just do your thing. Like, as long as no
She's so
one's
real for that.
stealing your stuff, like, just leave it alone. Uh,
Yep. Yep.
but anyway, anime hot takes, guys.
Yeah.
Ah. Hold on a sec. Nyx, I kind of want to send you the image just to show you because it's really, really cool. I really like it. But anyway, but yeah, Hood and I were discussing over the last couple weeks some of our, actually, no, it's been months. We've shared some of our anime hot takes, and we might have even shared these on stream. So if these sound familiar, it is what it is, and it's fine. But yeah, we just thought it'd be fun to, like take a break from IRL drama and jump into weeb drama, I guess.
Yeah. It, at least half of mine I've mentioned at least before, so.
So, but these are mine and Hood's mixed together, and then I have a couple extras if we need more. I think at one point later down the road, I'd love to hear your guys' anime hot takes and stuff and go through it. I think that'd be fun. But that'll be later down the road and
PowerPoint
stuff.
presentation.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, I tried to organize these to start off, maybe more chill or like ones that were like, okay, we all kind of agree on this, and then work our way up from there. You can't stand art anymore. Looks like no, like the industry's so toxic, man. I love your guys' arts. I will happily promote yours and Nyx's and other people's in our community art to the end of my days. I'll promote it till the day I die. As long as there's I was gonna say lungs in my breath.
Lungs in my breath.
As long as there's breath in my lungs, I'll promote you guys.
Till I die and they put me in a coffin.
Yep. Love it. All right. Anyway, moving on. I'm dyslexic, guys. It's fine. So, I put this one as a hot take simply because of everything online these days. But my first hot take is freerun is the only way demons should be depicted in anime. Like, they're demons. They're bad. Like,
Yeah.
I think it depicts it perfectly in freerun. And
Yeah.
I just, oh man, the whole like, oh well, no, we should, I don't know, we should compare demons with immigrants and stuff. Like, no, don't you dare. Like that's like, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of racist.
Yeah.
Without realizing they're being racist.
Guys, the immigrants are demons.
Like that's woo. That's woo.
Guys, you didn't know. You didn't know, but
It's crazy. Yeah, the whole we should undemonize the demon is like, no, demons are demons. That's it. Leave it alone. What about Demon Slayer portrayal? And that's where I always got confused because it was basically a twist of demons and zombies. Because
they're not demons though.
yeah,
That's
oh,
just
yeah,
what,
that's the thing. Yeah.
That's what the Japanese call demons. They're oni. Oni's different.
Mhm.
It's a whole different thing. They call it a demon, but it's
Yep.
not demon in what we know as a demon. It's like the same thing as a monster. All yokai in many cases are called demons over there, but they're not demons like what we in the West perceive a demon to be. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yeah.
So it's the same as us saying a monster. It'd be the same concept.
Yep. So it's just demons are people too. No, they are not. Yeah. Yeah, the whole like zombies, vampires and all that and stuff. So that, I don't know. I think that's kind of like the quote unquote exception because again, technically there's different wording for it in Japanese culture, but because it's easier for everyone globally to just be like, "Oh, demons." Then they just stick with that. But
Yeah.
yeah. But also again, same thing. They don't celebrate the demons in Demon Slayer. It's like, "No, this is bad. This is really bad."
Yeah.
So, but
And
oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, go
I
ahead.
cut you off. No, you.
See, the thing is, they go from human to being turned demon, and you see them go from like, they might be good, they might be bad, who knows, but then they go to like terribly evil.
Mhm. Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, no,
Well,
it's like demons are demons.
and that state, like, in the Demon Slayer mindset too, that's actually part of the, like, the Oni lore. Is Oni are oftentimes people who died with a ton of hatred in their heart. Is like that's how the myth
Mm.
goes, and so then they come back as an Oni who just wishes to devour people. They're often drunks, you know, they like alcohol. Um, they're just savage. They do magic a lot of the time. Um, yeah, they're just literally they're basically the personification of that person's like hatred coming back to life in a way. And so very different. It's not the same. That's not what like the certainly not what like the ancient Hebrew cosmology of what a demon is. Because again, if you've been watching morning monologues long enough, then you would know that the demons are technically like the what Jesus would call an unclean spirit are the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim that still roam the earth and want bodies, and they so all they know to do is to try and obtain fleshly things. So they do everything in their power to get those things. And so it's like they literally just they don't do anything good ever. They're only selfish. They only ever are out for their best interest. And at any given point that they see a weakness, they will try to exploit it in order to hopefully get toward back to some form of possession, some form of oppression, some form of whatever because of the curse that they have. So, and again, that's just assuming that anybody believes the Book of Enoch to some degree. But again, that's that's like in terms of ancient Hebrew cosmology, that's the concept. So it's like so then to have them be like, well, you know, like that's why it's so funny because like it feels almost like Freerin like specifically heard people online talking about the same concept, and then they made their characters in the series act like those people where they're just like, well, they said they said that they actually just were like this and that, and Freerin's like, no, you idiot, they
Mm-hmm.
lie. That's all they know how to do. But
Yeah.
they said, and that's how people act in real life. But they said they were the good guys. It's like you're just dumb. They exploited you. You're stupid. I don't know. So,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah.
Nick says, but I still think Demon Slayer is a great view of how sin consumes us, and that unless we
Oh yeah.
actively repent, receive forgiveness, we cannot be free of our darkness. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it's just it's a different concept altogether. Like we're not talking about
Mm-hmm.
demons anymore in the traditional sense. We're talking about something else, you know. So demon in that world is just different than the demon that's trying to be depicted in Freerin, which is more true to form, you know. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just this whole like, oh, demons are cool or demons are misunderstood. It's like, no, no, next, trash. No, thank you. Like, demons, bad. Then just leave it. That's it. That's all.
and that's fair. That's fair.
Anyway,
Did you
all right.
tier these, by the way? Did you do it from like the more lukewarm takes to the hottest takes as time goes on?
I tried, as
Okay.
well as like ones that we're more familiar with. So this next
Yeah.
one is yours, where Gurren Log is a Christian anime.
Yeah. Guys, it is. You don't understand. It is. It is. It's a Christian anime. If you haven't seen it, I'm not going to spoil anything immensely. Anything that I could say is like, you know, basically stuff you would see within even just the first episode or two. But like there's so much Christian like ideology kind of happening there. Whether it was intentional or not doesn't matter. It's there's a lot of truth that's going on, and so my mindset is anything that ever rings true, even in like a secular show, it only rings true because it's reflecting God's truth in some form or fashion, right? So in Gurren Lagann, there is so much like how do I even like where do I even start? I'm planning to make an essay on this for my channel because I have
Yes.
so much to say about it. So I'll try to like condense it as best as I can. But like the concept of, you know, being shoved underground by beastmen who in this case I would say are, you know, like representations of the enemy, right? Representations of Satan and the demons in some at least during a particular part of the story. That's kind of like what it's representing. and being under the surface, being underground, right, is, kind of being like consumed by your sin, your shame, your fake identity, right? We're just underground dwellers. You can't go up to the surface. The surface is dangerous. You'll never be able to achieve that, You'll never be able to do this and that. And so there's a lot of because the whole story is about like this idea of human perseverance. A lot of the stuff Kamina says and does very much reflects like Jesus in a lot of ways. Sometimes God the Father, but sometimes Jesus. Like when he tells
Mm.
Simone, like Simone finds Logan underground and he shows Kamina, and Kamina's just like, well, Simone's basically like, here you go. I wanted to show you Logan so that you could use it, basically. And he's like, I think you should do it, Simone. He's like, what, me? I can't do this. I can't be the one to pilot this. And he's like, don't worry about it. Just go ahead. You can do it. I know you can do it, buddy. And then he goes into saying that, well, don't believe in you. Believe in the me that believes in you, right? And that's really the same type of a thing that God tells us to do with him, right? Is like all throughout scripture you see where he is constantly telling prophets or someone, Gideon, right? Gideon's just a dude grinding in a mill, and he comes to him and basically says, "Hey, you mighty man of valor," which he definitely was not at that time by any means, shape, or form. He was
Mhm.
absolutely a coward, right? God does that all throughout scripture where it's like he knows what that person is. He already preemptively believes in that person. He just says, "You got to do it with me, though." Right? He's like, "Don't worry. You go and do what I'm telling you and I will be with you." Right? And so it's like, so Kamin is saying, believe in the me that believes in you. That's like God saying, believe in me because I believe in you. If you believe in me, you can do all things, right? It's the same type of a concept, right? You have Kamina say stuff like, just who the heck do you think I am, right? Even when people are like, yeah, who are you? Like, exactly, like, yes, who are you? You're just some freak that came out from from underground to the surface. What makes you think you're special? You're not special. You're just a guy. You're nothing crazy. But Kamina doesn't
Mm.
let that stop him. He constantly is saying, he's like, like the idea is like, who the heck do you think I am? He knows who he is. Even if he doesn't know what to do next, he knows who he is. Like he's confident in his own identity, even though he never fully, well, I guess he technically says it in the first episode. He goes through the whole spiel of the whole, you know, the indomitable spirit of masculinity. When they're asking when people ask about, Team Gurren's bad A leader, they're talking about me, the mighty Kamina. So he does visualize himself as, I can do whatever the heck I want. Just who the heck do you think I am, right? That's the same type of a concept that we're supposed to have in Christ. It's like whenever the enemy comes and tries to get us to have a different identity about ourselves, we we're supposed to say back, "Oh, well that identity is false. The actual identity I have is what God says about me." So when we say to the enemy, "Who the heck do you think I am?" we can answer that by saying, "Oh, I'm a son or daughter of the God Most High," right? And so because I know that about myself, because I know that identity, I can get through anything. Because with
Mm.
man, maybe this is impossible, but with God, all things are possible. And if I'm a son of him, then all things are possible for me as well, right? It's that kind of parallel all throughout the series is like that. They even actually at some point, without saying where or who or how, they literally reference the Christian God at one point because they mention
Mhm.
about how the world was created in 7 days and stuff like that. That's strictly like a Christian concept, Um but even just the concept of fighting spirit is, yes, in the story is meant to be like a terminology for like willpower, but you could also consider it a representation of like faith or belief, right? It like all throughout there is all kinds of different stuff that points to these like Christian concepts, these
Mhm.
ideas, the combining, right? The combining of Gurren and Lagann to become something greater. It's we make ourselves one with the Father as Jesus made himself one with the Father through Jesus, right? It's the same thing where it's like a combining of spirits that sets, or no, it's a how does he say, I think that is how it goes. A combining of spirits that sets a man's soul on fire. Gurren Lagann. You know, all that different stuff. It's like it's not on the nose about it, but all of it speaks to that same kind of a truth. And I
Mhm.
think that that's why it spoke so deeply to me is because I saw so many parallels and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's easily applicable to the Christian condition in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? And so that's just a couple of examples that are just right off the top of my head. So to keep it brief, I
Mhm.
absolutely think it is telling a lot of like Christian ideology without even trying to do it. It doesn't have to be on the nose. It doesn't have to show a cross. It doesn't have to talk about Jesus. It talks about the truth that's behind all of those things in a in
Mhm.
a in a setting that anyone could easily devour it, right? It's in the same field to me as like Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings does not ever once ever talk about Christianity in any way, shape, or form, but the iconography and the characters and how they react to things, the dialogue moments that they say, like what does Samwise say? He says, "I can't carry it for you, aka the ring, but I
Mhm.
can carry you." Right? That's a
Mhm.
Christian kind of idea, you know.
Mhm.
All those things, it's like it's the same type of a thing, and I think in this case I have a feeling that the dudes at Gainax at the time, Hiroyuki Imaishi, they just like didn't probably know that they were being inspired by those things, you know? Because we know that like Japan has been inspired, at least iconography wise, by Christianity. Um, Maybe a little bit by the morality in some way, shape, or form. Like I think they have a certain like we know that they're in many ways very intrigued and interested by the concept of Christianity. I can't believe you took my Gurren Lagann blanket while I'm talking about Gurren Lagann right now. I'm going to crash out. Who did it?
Who do
Doc,
you
you did it again.
think? He said fruit check and then redeemed it.
If he doesn't get banned, then there is no justice in this world. Anyway,
Carry on.
um, so I don't even know where I was after that. That totally threw off my groove. Anyway,
Shoot.
just the point is that like, oh yeah, I didn't think, they probably had no idea that they were being inspired in some way, probably by God to some degree. Because, again, I think they really like Christianity as like a concept over there. They just don't like believe in it, right? Like they think like, oh, the iconography is kind of cool and stuff. That's why you see so much anime that whether or not it has a Christian message, they will use crosses and they will, use sometimes scripture, like a character will like mention scripture sometimes because they think it's interesting, right? Like even like Evangelion has angels and stuff in this like kind of Christian iconography because they thought it was cool more than anything, right?
Mhm.
So I just wonder if that like seeped into the work because most assuredly they probably weren't thinking about God while they were doing it, but there's just so much to it that I'm like easily could be like translatable right over. Like Kamina
Mhm.
very much is a representation of God and or Christ at different moments throughout the series. Um Simone very much is like a representation of like the disciples in a way, and the apostles and just like humanity in general of being like going a coward who thinks that they're nothing and then gets shown by God that hey, you're actually valuable and you actually can do these things. You just got to do it with me, right? You just believe in
Mhm.
yourself. But don't just believe in yourself, believe in the me that believes in you. And if you do that, then you can believe in yourself. Now you believe in the you that believes in you, right? And it becomes like this whole compiling thing of kind of what some people might say is absurdity, but I don't believe it's absurdity. I think they knew exactly what they were saying when they're saying that. Is it's meant to sound kind of silly, but it's to drive a point home. So I don't know, man. I just think and the whole idea of like anything is possible with this like spiral energy type of a mindset is that's again, it's faith and belief. It's the same types of things that Jesus teaches. If you have the faith of a mustard seed, you could tell a mountain to throw itself into the sea and it would listen to you. It's like that same concept. If you had enough fighting spirit, you could break down any wall.
Mhm.
And so it's all there. It's like it's all there to me. And so I can't wait. I'm writing up a script for it. I need to go through and watch the whole series again just to like be able to have timestamps so I can literally show the moments I'm talking about as I'm going. But but yeah, and I see it all over the place, and I especially see it in like Kamina. So it's very cool. So that's my hot
Mhm.
take. That's my hot take on Gurren Lagann. So
Glorious. Also, hi, Floshed. Yeah. No, I'd agree with that. And again, like something doesn't have to be explicitly Christian or made by Christians for there to be, some Christian representation or biblical representation, things like that, which I think is really cool. Like God just works things out that it's like, hey, actually, this here could
Yeah.
inspire or encourage someone in their faith, you know?
Mhm.
But yeah. Well, it's like whatchamadoodle, like the uh the person who wrote Full Metal Alchemist, I believe they're Christian or Catholic or something from what I heard. And so like
Mm-mm.
I like even watching Full Metal, like you can see some themes of that throughout it. Like I wouldn't say it's as blatant as like, Gurren Lagann in this sense. Um, but then she wrote another series, which is the Heroic Legend of Arslan, and you can see more of that there. Again, not like super explicit, but if you're a Christian and you read it, you're like, hey, like, you know what, this kind of reminds me of this or that in my faith or in the Bible and stuff. So it's really cool. I like it.
Yeah, and see, and I feel like because there's a lot of people that would say like, "Oh, but you like, how many people would really get what you're getting at?" Well, a lot of people said the same thing about Lord of the Rings. Like my own mom does not see the Christian iconography in Lord of the Rings until I like pointed out some things. Like I'm like, "Oh yeah, no, the ring represents sin and all that
Hmm.
type of thing, like and that's why Gollum gets, messed up by having the ring, he used to look like a
Hmm.
hobbit. He looks like Gollum now because the ring messed him up." And she's like, "Oh, I never would have gotten that." She's like, "It was just a story to me until you pointed that out." So there's always going to be people that don't get it if you're not spoon feeding it to them, but you don't ever want to spoon feed it to people. You want them to
Yeah.
have to think about it.
Yeah.
So,
Also, Cham and
so
Forney, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, friends. Hello, hello. Uh, Doc says, I agree with everything Hood says, and I also challenge Hood if he hasn't already played Yakuza 7 and see what he finds in this regard in there. Would legit be interested in what he has to say. Also, sorry about the blanket.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Now he's sorry. Yeah, okay. Just
Now
messing with you,
he's
Doc. It's
sorry.
it's funny. It's funny.
Squirrel,
Um,
you know Arslan. Let's go. Sorry. Go
yeah,
ahead.
no, I actually want to play through all the Yakuza games. They look really
Ooh.
goofy. So, that's something I eventually wanted to do on my channels to play from the beginning, go all the way to the end to where we're currently at some. 'Cause they have like what some 10 to 12 Yakuza games. Like it's an
Oh, I wouldn't
absurd
be
amount of Yakuza
surprised.
games. So,
Oh
um,
my gosh, I love that squirrel. I think I have like the first seven or eight books, and I love it. I stopped buying the books because I didn't have a job anymore, so I couldn't buy. I didn't have any extra spending money, so I stopped buying them. But they were so good. I'm
watch
so sorry.
Hood start calling Christianity the Gurren Lagann religion. let's not go that far, maybe, but
That's how we start cults, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, did you know that Christianity was actually pointing to Gurren Lagann all along?
Oh my gosh. And canceled.
Yeah, that's where all the church comes after me now.
Oh man. That was great.
But
That was
anyway,
great.
that's a brief kind of little rundown of why I kind of, and that's just like scraping the surface. There's a whole lot more to it, but it'll be better when I can actually do my little video essay. My Hoodla hot takes is that was going to be the second episode for that. So
Yes. So go subscribe to his YouTubes right now, guys, and be ready for when that fantastic masterpiece drops.
yippee!
Also, Nix, what happened, Nix? Why are you gonna crash out now? What happened? It's spreading, Hood. It's spreading.
The crash out. It's a disease. It's a mind virus.
All right. Well, we'll move on to the next one. I don't think many people will know this. But I wasn't sure how to best explain this, so I just put Belle was overhyped. Does anybody remember the anime movie Belle that came out like I think it was like 4 years ago?
Yes.
Um,
Yeah, mediocre movie.
like to this. Okay, hold on a sec. Let me go find it here. Where? Let's turn off the browser screen for a second here.
Zatch Bell or Zach Bell. Yeah, I think I was gonna say I think it was pronounced Zatch Bell, but
Let me see if I can find it here.
that was on like Toonami all the time growing up, and I never understood the appeal. Is Zatch Bell actually good? Does anyone know? Also, the other one was the nose hair guy, Bobo or whatever. That was on a lot too. I remember. It was awful. Okay, that's what I thought. Fair enough.
Okay, let me pull this up here. Actually, hold on a sec. Let me just full screen this bad boy here. Okay. So this is the commercial for it. Or not the commercial, the trailer for it. I believe. I could be wrong. It said that it is, so I'm gonna trust that it is. Okay. So this is Belle. This is Belle. For anyone who hasn't seen it, just to give you it's only what, 2 minutes. Is this actually it? Yes, this is it. Okay, cool. So this is Belle. For anyone who missed it, yeah, it was 2022. That's when it came out. So about, I guess, technically 3 years ago. But here
I was
we go.
actually excited for this one too when I heard about
I
it.
was too.
No.
So it's just anyway. You guys can be the deciders for it. Oh, this is the dubbed. Ew. Japanese are way better.
Don't you think your mom would want you to be happy?
Suzu, come be in the picture
And
with
confirm
us.
Cat is an elitist.
Happy?
I heard it and watched it in Japanese and I liked it.
Welcome to the world of you. You may not be able to start over in the real world, but you can start over in the world of you.
With its unique body sharing technology, you was able to draw out a user's hidden strength.
I can finally sing again.
She made it on U's global music charts, just as I expected.
I'm so dead.
Nobody in their right mind would ever guess that Belle's user is actually a mousy nobody like you.
I guess it's true that everyone's hiding some kind of secret.
Suzu, something wrong?
Why are you still here?
Wait! Who is that?
A dragon?
This is typical internet behavior.
Why does he do stuff that'll make people hate him?
Preserve the peace in you. This creature must be disposed of.
Who are you, really? He's in danger.
What? Wait.
I have to help him.
Oh, girls, you sing and go. I walk alone.
But I don't know what to do.
Life I have to know.
How are we supposed to find one person out of 5 billion accounts?
Actually, there's something I've been meaning to ask you for quite a long time now.
Shut myself in.
When the truth is revealed, what do you want to bet? No one will pay any attention to a single one of your songs.
I want to hear Belle sing.
Yeah, sing.
Suzu,
Lift me high, I'll be me.
sing.
So like, yeah, it was all hyped up and exciting, and then it just, I don't know, it felt lacking. It
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how else
It
to
was really disjointed.
Yes, it felt rushed. It felt like I think a lot of people were expecting one thing, and then it came out a completely different way. And then I was like, oh, okay. And then it was, I don't know. It just, yeah. The music was fantastic. There were some really beautiful songs, very well done songs. Some of, to this day, I still have on my liked playlist. But overall, it was just kind of like, eh. Like, there was potential and they didn't, like, that, they could have actually turned that into, like, a series if they wanted to. It would have felt a lot less disjointed and stuff. So, yeah. They were hopeful that it was the retelling of Beauty and the Beast. Yes, that's what I thought. I was like, oh my gosh, this looks like so good. And it's like, it's about a girl who wants to be able to sing again. And it's like, she has trauma. It's like, yay, we can all relate to, you know, we all have a little bit of trauma. And so, like, yeah, did I cry when I watched it? Absolutely. Did I still feel like, yeah, it could have been better at the end? Yes, absolutely. So
Hmm.
it just,
We thought it
yeah.
was gonna be for the trauma mamas and the saddy daddies, but
How dare you?
no.
How
You
dare
think I didn't notice that? You think I
How-
didn't see that and make note of it?
How dare
You think-
you?
You think I didn't make mental note of that when I saw it and
freaking dare
decided
you?
to save it for a wonderful time such as this?
I hate you. I hate you so much right now. Ugh. Anyway, moving on. Hi, Charles.
I love how Joseph came out of hiding just for that. The what? Oh, man.
I told you. Oh, also, hi,
Goodness.
Top Hat. Welcome in. Yeah, I got you. You know what? You're so right, Nix. I got you. Hold on a sec. There we go.
Ah,
I got him.
why? What did I do? I literally just said something Kat said on her
I
own.
didn't
in her-
add that
her
last
own
part.
volition.
I didn't add that last part, though. Excuse you. You added that, which I'm not going to repeat so that you can't say that. Oh, you said it. And think, "Nope." Yeah, there you go. Now you're quoted.
I don't know what you're talking about. What did I say, Kat?
The thing that Squirrel just quoted that is now going to be forever in the quote book. Oh, and for that, somebody came. Oh, bye.
No, my blankie. Can't believe this. How could you do this to me?
Yeah.
The blankie steal needs to be like 1,000,000 coins instead of 1,000.
I think I might need to increase the cooldown for that.
I keep taking my blankie away.
Maybe I'll change it. I'll put I'll have people have to specify whose blankie is being stolen. So
It's always gonna be mine anyway. It doesn't matter.
You never know. So
I just want to look at Nyx's cool Gurren Lagann art that she made for me. Okay,
it is really cool.
it's very cool. Notice how I never used to care back when it was just the yellow blankie. I was just like, oh man, they took my blankie, haha. Now it's like, now I'm just fighting words because it's my special blankie now.
Now it's
It's like
personal.
taking communist cape. Yeah, now it's personal.
Not communist cape, man. Dang. Yeah, I'll fix it up. I'll fix it up. But yeah, no, Belle was so overhyped. And even afterwards, people were like, oh, it's like a cinematic masterpiece. It's like, okay, yeah, it was like pretty and the music was pretty, but the storyline was just, I don't know. Like, I cried. Like, again, I won't spoil it for anyone that actually wants to go watch it, but I cried at the trauma part and I cried at the end. But at the same time, like, I cried because it was so freaking sad. But still at that point, I feel like I didn't connect with the character enough to actually cry for her. I was just crying about the situation.
Right.
So it just, I don't know. Just because something's hyped up and is like this and that, and they have all these like a cinematic masterpiece, oh, the best anime movie to come out yet, it don't mean squat anymore. It don't mean squat. Ooh, okay. Charles has a good point. Hold on a sec. Let me go back up. One other point. Chat, come back here. One other point about Belle, the message of the movie seemed to encourage the idea that anonymity on the internet is contrary to good morals, and that sometimes it's the right thing to dox someone's identity to the public in order to help them. In reality, that would destroy that person's life forever. Yeah, that was an interesting message there. It was yeah. Like,
seemed a little back. It's almost like they were kind of trying to play both sides of the field a little bit, where it's like, hey, get off the internet. Hey, like, don't, kind of weirdly in a way. I don't know. It was weird.
Yeah. So and I'm so sad because like it was hyped up as like it sounded like it was gonna be like modern day online Beauty and the Beast. It was like, this is so cool. But then, okay, actually, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna spoil it. It gave very much like we're all adults online, but then it's a bunch of high schoolers not everyone, but like some of the main people were like these high schoolers. And it's like, whoa, okay, this is kind of weird.
Mm.
It's like, yeah, eh. Oh, and then affirming like stealing someone's identity as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that too.
Oh man, oh that was funny. The whole point of it was like, yeah, she went online and she used someone else's photo to whatchamadoodle design her character. And it's like, that wasn't even her. Like, what would hers have looked like? I'm curious now.
Charles killing me over here. Interesting indeed. This person is depressed. Everyone in the world, quick, track him down so I can go hug him.
I mean, it did depict, again, there was so much, again, they should have just turned this into a series. There were so many different avenues they could have gone down with it. And that being one of them was where it's like, yeah, sometimes you meet people and because they're still, you know, like kids making friends online, it's like, yeah, well, their parents suck and life sucks for them, but you can't really do much about that. But you can
Yeah.
be there for them. So it's like, I get that, but also just kind of felt like, yeah, I'm like, she could have brought her dad and he could have talked with the dad and been like, hey man, did you know that your kid's actually depressed and you should actually like be taking care of him? But no, she's like, no, I'm a strong, independent woman who is definitely not old enough to drive. So I took a train by myself and I left my dad because I've been in this whole depressive mood and he's felt too bad for me to actually discipline me and stuff. So I'm doing my own thing and I'm going to show up at this random kid's place and the dad's going to come and be like, who the heck are you? Which again, rightfully so. Who the heck are you?
Yeah.
So just, I don't know, man. It had so
Guys,
much potential.
If you want a movie that wasn't overhyped and that went under everyone's and no one has ever heard, except for me, it seems like most of the time, you need to go watch, in terms of anime films, you need to go watch Ride Your Wave. It's my favorite anime movie ever. It's so good.
I think I heard of that one.
The sub is peak. The dub is peak. It's all good. Like each
Ooh.
version. I watched it like 3 times in a row. It's so good. It's beautiful. It's made by the same dude that made the newer version of Devilman Crybaby, which is such tonal whiplash when you know what like Devilman Crybaby is versus this one.
What'd you say it was called again?
It's called Ride Your Wave. It's great. Don't look up anything about it. Go into it blind if you don't already know anything. It's so good. It's so good. It is. I cannot describe to you how much I love that film. It is so good. I need to watch it again. It's been a minute. Yeah, no, Ride Your Wave is so good. I love that one a lot, and I can't even talk about it because I would be spoiling things to say anything.
I think I remember you telling me about that, so I need to go watch that as well. I need to add that to my list.
Yeah. It's very heartfelt, let's put it that way. It's very heartfelt. It's very relatable in many ways. But yeah, that's all I'll say. I love it. I love Ride Your Wave.
Welcome back, Schultzy. Okay, cool. There we go. All right. I think this is where I think things are gonna start we're turning up the heat a little bit. Just a little bit. We're turning up the heat just a little bit. Our next one is you want to read this one?
Oh yeah, I got you. Neon Genesis Evangelion isn't really good, and it's not. It's not really good, guys. I wish it was. I wanted it to be good. It's not. I got Charles mad at me already. I didn't like the way that the story ended up going by the end of it. I thought it had a great premise. The mechs are freaking cool. I love it. I loved that part. That part was great. I loved them fighting the angel. I loved the like Shinji having to like kind of learn. It was like a coming of age story type deal going on. And all that, but once it got like to what was it, like episode 18 and beyond, stuff started getting weird and it started not making sense. And I thought, okay, well maybe there's a disconnect between like the anime and the manga, perhaps. Okay, and to this day I still haven't read the manga, so maybe there's a difference there. Anyone who's a manga head, you can tell me that I'm wrong because I haven't read the That's fine. Okay, I haven't. I'm going based off the anime alone. When you get to the end of Evangelion, that's the movie. It's literally called The End of Evangelion.
Mm.
It is so weird and disturbing and
Oh.
like a lot of other things. And it's supposed to be like I've heard so many people be like, "Ah, yes, but it's art. You just don't get it." I'm like, "Okay, maybe I just don't get it." But dude, I can't even literally say some of the stuff that's in there because of like Twitch wouldn't like it because it's like just all over the place. And I never end up liking Shinji. That's the main character. Anyone that doesn't know, I never end up like caring for him as a character. I don't really feel like I relate in any way to him. I don't feel like he's a relatable character. He's just kind of continuously pathetic, and not even in the way that like anyone that's seen like Chaos, right? I played through the whole thing of Chaos Head. I couldn't stand Takumi, who's the main character, literally just the worst ever. But I did understand his purpose. His purpose was, in fact, that I believe he was supposed to be the worst because he's supposed to like represent the negativity of all of humanity. Like he has like an aspect, or excuse me, he has like every aspect of the negative traits of humanity that we don't like about ourselves. He's like pathetic. He's afraid of everything. He's paranoid. He's kind of a pervert in a lot of ways. He's
Ugh.
like all these like terrible things that we don't like want to admit about ourselves, but that if we were maybe honest about ourselves, we might say, "Oh man, you know, maybe I actually." It's almost like you're meant to point fingers at him so that three fingers point back and you say, "Oh, but what about me though?" Like that I at least could extrapolate from that story. I could not get anything from Evangelion. I simply could not. I liked where it was going, and then it went really haywire. And I remembered watching with like my jaw dropped, like watching the end of Evangelion, being like, "What is Like, what is happening? What am I supposed to be understanding? What are they trying to say to me?" It just wasn't for me, man. I just did not get it. I think it's overhyped. Uh, but prior to that, though, again, prior to like episode 18 or whatever it was, I thought it was like really cool. I thought it was going in a cool direction. I wanted to see what the resolution was going to be. I just felt like the resolution just didn't deliver. It just went insane by the time we were done. So I don't know. I don't know. Looks like Charles has a lot for me to read, so I have to look into that and see.
Go ahead.
Let's see. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. First off, I have to hit Squirrel's comment here. Hood, you have to at least tell me if Ride Your Wave will make me cry. I'm not telling you anything. You just have to watch it. You just have to watch it. I'm not telling you anything. I love the story, the premise, the psychological exploration of humanity, motherhood, sonship, ideas of mythology, occultism, Christianity, and Kabbalism. It's crazy, and I love how weird it is. Don't love End of Evangelion. See, okay, I can agree with you on that. I think all the other stuff you just said, like, yeah, a lot of that was there, and I especially saw that, like, in the beginning. Like, in that first, like, again, however many episodes I saw a lot of that. I was like, "Oh, okay, interesting. Oh, the kaiju creatures are called angels. That's interesting." And that's got to be representative of something. And like you had the girl that everybody always fawns over that I can't remember. Not of the Shinji's age. The lady I can't remember. The purple hair lady. I can't remember what her name. She's like this kind of mother figure to him in some way, and his dad sucks, and forces him to go into the mech and all this different stuff. Yeah, like I definitely saw a lot of those things, and I appreciated that. It was once it got to like the end, I was like, what is happening here? End of Evangelion is only one of about 5 different endings for the story. See, I've heard that too. I
Wait,
I
what?
literally just haven't returned to the series to ever understand. I thought that was like the end. And then they said like, oh yeah, actually there's like a second part and then a third part. And they just recently came out with another part. Yeah, like I don't know. I just after Evangelion, it left a very weird and bad taste in my mouth. I just didn't get it. And that's probably what people would say is it's just like, oh, you just don't get it. I'm like, I don't know, man. It kind of just feels objectively weird and like the theme was not there. Like I don't know what it was. Shinji is the representation of free will. He's the only one who doesn't follow the rules and pushes back from the human instrumentation project out of fear. Okay, sure, I guess. That didn't really stand out to me, I guess, but okay. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. So again, there could be a certain amount of like maybe I just don't understand certain things, but yeah, Evangelion, the end of Evangelion specifically, that's just a hard sell for me to be like, uh, this was actually like just pure art and you don't get it. I'm like, well, you're right on one thing. I don't get it. That's for one. That's for sure. I think you can only appreciate Evangelion scholar of world religion and maybe have a psychology major. The ending is never happy though. That's the point. Humans attempting to create human hive mind apocalypse is bad, and that's what happens. Yeah. See, and I'm a big believer in it doesn't need to be ending. Ask Kat. I'm a big believer in that. I don't think it needs to have a happy. I just need it to
Mm-hmm.
make sense. Again, I watched like Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Okay,
I knew he was gonna
that
bring this up.
that that's yeah, that's a very melancholy series. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
but the theme in there is very obvious. It very much punches you in the face, and you feel like you understood what it was trying to tell you by the time you're done. To where you're like, oh, you know what? Even though it's, I still feel like I walk away being oh, I get what you were trying to say, and it makes you want to be better because of it in a way. To like almost in spite of it, in a sense. This one, I just was all over the place, and like again, Evangelion, just it's a lot of events just kind of happening. There's a lot just going on. Yeah. Anyway, so, but I won't read the Attack on Titans comment only because I haven't finished it yet.
Oh, yep. Nope. Skip
Um,
that. Skip that.
but yeah, there are about 3 other movies of Evangelion I have yet to see, but the '90s version is just so peak. The ending was rushed due to budget constraints, but I'd rather that than the end of Evangelion. That's fair. Yeah, it was. I can totally see the budget constraints because yeah, it feels like a different series at one point. Like it kind of just feels like they just changed everything that was kind of going on at a certain point, and that's where I was like, it tonally there was just great tonal whiplash for me. Anyway,
That's
that's my
like
hot take.
that's like
So
that's like different parts of Naruto Shippuden. You can tell when they started to run out of the budget by the end of the season because the fights
yeah,
just got like they were still
yeah,
good fights, but also just got very like I don't know how to describe it other than like mushy, like not detailed, more like mushed together because they didn't have time or funds to be like make it extra detailed. Like, nah, just make it a fight, just make it a fist fight. Be like, but there we go. Uh, it just,
but
uh,
again, I loved a lot of different things about Evangelion. The ending ruined it for me. It just like it
mm,
destroyed everything that was getting built up. I think the animation is actually like really peak. It's really good for that era, especially for like the '90s. I feel like it like Gainax kind of like raised the level that everyone else then had like try to like come up to, because like one of my favorite gifts is still like the Evil One running through the city. That one, everyone knows what I'm talking about. Like that one, if you've seen what I'm talking about, that one where he's like sprinting through the city. That is like such good animation. It's great. And the designs for the mechs also really great. I literally drew back in the day when I was watching it. I literally drew the Evil One because I thought it was such a cool design. I drew it on a piece of paper when I just as a recreation. So there's things that I like about it, but it's like when people say this is a masterpiece and it's like the best thing I've ever seen, I'm like, that's a hard sell, man. That's a hard sell, at least based off the anime for me. Now maybe the manga is different. I'll give it that because maybe the manga had more time to
mm.
fully let things work out. But I'm like, I can't even hardly make myself want to even try to read the manga after I've seen the anime. So that's just, I guess that's just my opinion, man, as the Big Lebowski would say.
I mean, it is a hot take. We are talking about
Yeah,
hot takes.
yeah,
But it's okay. I just have to sit here and smile and nod because I haven't seen the series. So I'm like, okay, yep, sure. You could be right. Charles could be right.
yeah.
You could both be right. Who knows? Neither
I'd
of
be
you could be
so
right.
curious to know what you think if you ever watch it, Kat. I'd be so
uh,
curious to know what you think. So
I'll be perfectly honest. From the little snippets that I have seen online, it's not high on my list to watch. But
yeah, it's definitely weird. I'll tell you that much. It's definitely weird. So
yeah. So I was like, ooh, kind of want to delve it. Oh, no, I'll leave it for that. Shelty says, hot take, Violet Evergarden is better in the German dub. I'd be curious to hear that.
Fascinating.
Huh.
Interesting.
I'd be very
I
curious.
did like the English dub of Violet Evergarden, so
I don't know. I can't remember if
I liked both.
I don't know if I've seen it in the English dub. I think I watched it when it like first came out, so it was just the Japanese with subs. Oh man, such a freaking beautiful anime, my gosh. One of the few good animes to come out of Netflix, if I'm being perfectly honest. Anyway.
Anyway, yeah, that's it. It's mostly because of where Evangelion goes. I think I even like the opening. I think the opening's fun. I get why it's nostalgic, you know.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, no, after I watched that, I'm like, never again. I'm not returning back to that. You can't make me, dude. That was too much. I don't know.
Nick says,
So.
not hot take. Everything is funnier in the Spanish dubs. You know, that's fair. That's fair.
I've heard the Italian dubs are actually pretty peak in many cases.
Oh, really?
I've actually heard those are like, yeah, the Italian dubs specifically. The ones that aren't good are, well, yes, the Spanish dubs, but there's another one that's like notorious for it. What was it? Not the Russian dub. It was the not even the Indian dub. What was it? It was I want to say like the Portuguese dub maybe. There's a certain country, or excuse me, like a certain language that when it's dubbed in that like is notorious for always being really wacky and wild in terms of like the interpretation of the stuff. So
there was the Thai dub for K-pop Demon Hunters, and they were singing Soda Pop, and it's the funniest thing ever.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, I'm tearing up just thinking about it. Trying not to laugh.
It makes you think of like the Indians with like the Indian accent in English singing Christmas songs.
Oh my gosh,
Those
did
are
I
great.
send you that TikTok?
Oh yeah, and I've seen them all before. Oh yeah. Yeah. Just hear those sleigh bells ring-a-ling-a-ding-a-ling. Come on, it's a lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you.
It's just crazy. It's so freaking good.
Has no right being that funny.
Oh man, I'm fine, guys. I'm fine. Oh, thanks for the
Anyway, your
hydrate.
hot take, though.
I gotta drink some water here first. And we need a racism tally. Bro, you know, they're milking it for all it's worth. They're absolutely milking it for all it's worth.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'd be like, what should we do? I'd be like singing something in like the thickest Southern accent ever. Like you're hamming it up. You're making it funny. Oh,
Just
man.
hear those sleigh bells ring-a-ling. Come on, partner.
It cut off there, so I don't know.
Oh, lame.
Stupid Discord, man. I'm getting so sick of it. It's now starting to like make you cut off earlier. Like it used to be like after the 2-hour mark. Now it's doing it at like the hour mark, and I'm so over it.
It's weird, man.
Gotta find, well, I hate to say it, but we might have to find another means of doing audio things like this because Discord is just being so stupid.
Either that or it, like, I wonder if it's like still your computer. I still think a lot of issues could just be drummed up to the fact that your computer is having a hard time processing things even sometimes. So
not that, see, that's what I was wondering. But then what was it? When we were in call with Max that one time, it started doing the same thing on my end and your end for Max. Or was it Joseph? It was one of them. And that's when I was like, okay, it's not my computer.
Okay.
But see, like, I've never had that issue with, I don't know. There's some people that I've had the issue with, so I don't know if it's just like a connection or something. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but
yes, everyone listen to Squirrel. Go buy Cat an entirely new computer for Christmas this year.
bro, I think I think I need to wait on that. Oh, I'm praying that my computer can hold out until RAM doesn't cost an arm and a leg. My gosh.
Yeah, does anyone have like somewhere around like 2.2K lying around? Just lying around that you can give to Cat real quick?
If people did, there's other things to spend that on. It's fine. But yeah, that's
But why would they when they could give it to you? That's why would they do that? Yeah, go steal RAM for Cat. I like that one. Hashtag go steal RAM for Cat.
Oh man, you goobers. So be waiting for many years. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. My gosh. Anyway, moving on to our next hot take. Well, this one's mine, but I think Hood agrees with me on this. So our next hot take is, even though I'd never recommend it, Kill la Kill is a great series.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, hi,
yeah,
buddy.
Objectively, I think it is. Yeah. It's a lot, but it's got its moments. It's funny. I think the action, the animations. Go ahead, speak your truth, Queen.
It just, again, okay, I stumbled upon Kill la Kill back when, what was it? I was going through like a darker time, and I was like what was it? I think I was like when I first got depressed or whatever, and so I was just watching any and every anime that came up. I watched some really dark animes, guys. But Kill la Kill, again, I wouldn't recommend it because certain things. But it's a very, like, the storytelling is fantastic. The plot is really good. Characters are really good. The villain is actually, like, they make the villain, like, there is no redeeming qualities of the villain. She is actually a terrible, horrible human being. But then, of course, like, the person that you do think is the villain turns out to not be the villain. And it's like, okay, like, there's so much to it. There's so much to it. And I think it's very well done, but also not very well done in the sense that I can't recommend it to anybody.
Yeah.
Exactly, Nix. It's one of those weird animes like Dandadan. Yeah, exactly. Like,
it's more than Dandadan though, because Dandadan is like, it's more, a lot of their funny is in the verbal more so, other than that very first episode. Whereas Kill la Kill is it's a lot of visual. It's a lot of visual constantly. The whole concept is just clothing. Like, how much do you have? Do you have less clothing? That means you're more powerful. That's basically the whole concept. So
yeah, and certain themes to certain clothing is like, okay, just
yeah. The reason it even makes me laugh is because I still die over the fact that Hiroyuki Imaishi was just like out apparently drinking with his animators, like, because again, this is at the beginning of Studio Trigger, like when they first conceptualized it. I think this was like the first series they put out for it, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong. And they're just like all drinking together, and there's like, I just imagine being like, guys, wouldn't it be funny if we could? And that's to my understanding, that's how the story went. Is they were out drinking, and he's just like, guys, I have an idea. What if? And then they just went with it. I think that's funny. I think that story's hilarious. So.
Yep. Wear your clothes at the animated series.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh yeah, by the end of the series, they're all naked. They're all naked because clothes are evil, or clothes became evil. So it's just,
yeah, the thread or whatever. It was like the life thread, they called it, or something.
Yeah, but again, like, such good world building, story writing, character development, and things like that. It's like, it sucks.
Yeah.
I will
that's
say,
like, again, that's.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I do have the closer of that series on one of my top favorite anime closers that we're working on right now. So anyway, I digress. Go on.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, Hiroyuki Imaishi. That's why I love him so much. Is he kind of, he just does whatever he feels, and he's unapologetic about it. He just does. He's like, I'm doing this now, and people are like, I don't. But maybe you shouldn't do that. And he's like, that's okay. I'm doing it anyway. But then secondly, like, because you even mentioned like how the villain is like really bad. Like the villain is very much a villain.
Yeah,
he kind of does that in all of his different series. Like if you even think of like Gurren Lagann, which also directed, like
True.
the Spiral King is really cool because he is just bad. Like he's a very cool evil villain.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And so and even like the anti-spiral is like very cool, you know. So it's but like he's really good at doing that, like kind of black and white, like here's the really cool heroes and here's the really bad and making stuff that's just fun to look at and explosive and goofy, yet the stories are very unique, they're very, you know, whatever. And yeah, I feel like Kill la Kill is just my guess is it is probably part of his humor though, because he's also the dude that, if anybody knows, he made King, for anyone that knows
Oh,
that show.
it cut you out there when you said the title.
Lame. The show Panty and Stocking. If anybody's
Oh,
ever
yeah, I have heard of that.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if anyone knows that in any way, shape, or form, that is very much like a vulgar is funny show. That is the whole show. The show is
Yeah, that's what I've
vulgar is funny.
heard.
Completely and totally unapologetic. So I think that's just some of that is a little bit just of his humor.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, but I appreciate him as a director because he's just like, we're doing this way and this is the way I want to do it and I don't care what anybody else says and that's just how it's going.
Yeah.
So
Also, you found a new
Anyway.
bestie. Aki loves Gurren Lagann as well.
Yes! Aki,
And agrees with this take.
let's
Absolutely
go!
based. Gracie! Hey, girl! Pure evil villains are
Grace.
so under... Whoop, come back here, chat. Come back here. No! Stop! Pure villains are so underutilized today because the people in power want everyone to accept there are no crimes, but thought crimes. They want us to live in a lawless society where they're in total control of our minds and hearts. Yes. And that's kind of the thing with Kill la Kill, is basically that. Like, this woman's like, oh, yes, everyone needs to follow me and do what I think and say. And so, yeah, like the clothes are then like, which again, this sounds so dumb, but the clothes are literally brainwashing people and stuff like that. It's like, this is so dumb. But again, like, just the whole like the whole thought process behind it and the whole overall meaning, and it's so good, but it's like I can't recommend it.
Well, and again, like I think the reason I think it even can get away with it, that if you're paying attention to the series, is it's a complete satire. It's meant to be a satire. It's you're not really supposed to take Kill la Kill seriously. It's you know, it's got a cool story and all that, like Kat's mentioning, but it's also like it's a satire on shonen. I have always called it like it's the most shonen that ever shonen, like, because it's literally take all of the concepts that you would see in a shonen, the fan service, the action scenes, the you know, spunky protagonist girl, whatever, all those different things, and just dial it up to 11. That's just what the whole thing is. So it's kind of making fun of it, but it's also like, hey, let's also tell like a fun story while we're making it. So
yeah. It's just, oh man. The thing that sucks though is there's some really good characters in there that I'm like, I can't talk about them.
yeah.
There's even like I know we joke about like don't ship characters and stuff like that because people just take it way too far and get toxic about it. But there are definitely two characters that I ship in there that I'm like, they're just so funny and so dorky. But anyway, I will stop trying to, you know, hype it up because I don't recommend it. But if it didn't have those aspects of it, I would highly recommend it because again, it's very well written, very good story writing and plot line and characters and all that. But it just, yeah, the overarching theme of it is like, probably not in your best interest to watch.
Yeah.
But anyway,
That's fair.
yeah, there's some male characters in there, but yeah, obviously it's gonna have majorly women because of the theme of it and stuff. So
Yeah.
but even like the rebel leader.
Are you talking about the giant dude, the big dude?
No, I'm talking about like the undercover guy who's like their teacher, but then turns into like this sexy man and like talking about it. Like,
oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Ah!
Yeah. I remember too in the dub he's voiced by Matt Mercer, which is hilarious.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh
Oh,
man.
dude.
So
Yeah.
sad.
Yeah, the stars. Yeah.
Yes!
You're so right.
Oh my gosh,
Yes.
yes! Like, oh no.
Yeah. Yeah. That show is so that it's yeah. It's funny.
Oh my gosh. If you are gonna
Ah,
watch it at your own discretion. But I cannot
yeah.
recommend it. But my gosh, just
Yeah.
it's so
That's basically
unhinged.
it. Yeah.
It's so unhinged. Anyway, moving on because I don't want to promote this series anymore. But you know what else? What other series we're gonna promote?
I knew you were gonna do this one right after. I already knew. Yep, I knew it. I knew
Konosuba is
it.
the best anime sub. Wait, no, you
Nope,
said
dub.
dub. Yeah,
Dub.
my bad.
I said
my bad.
dub.
Yep. Sorry, that was a
Specifically.
typo on my
Everyone's
end. There we go.
everyone
I fixed it. Anyway,
so I
carry on.
literally I'm focusing on the dub more than anything, and this is why I always say it's the best anime dub I can't recommend to anybody for very similar reasons as to why Cat can't do
Yep.
Kill la Kill. It's literally it is another one of those like your own discretion, but there are moments in there that that are and anime always has those moments where it's like like that makes you like
Oh, you're cutting out.
dude
I'm sorry.
man.
Anime always has those moments where
where you just like kind of roll your eyes and stuff or whatever, it's got some of those moments every now and then. This one goes to the certain places, specifically like in the OVAs. The OV if you ignore the OVAs, you could probably get through it with like a lot better, I would say, but even then it's a lot. It's a lot.
yeah.
But again, it's meant to be in a similar fashion to like Kill la Kill, where that was like a satire on like, you know, shonen, and also a satire, I think, on like clothing choices and stuff like that or whatever. Konosuba is a satire of isekai, very obviously so. It takes a lot of the tropes of isekai, but then it flips it on its head, or it's at the expense of the protagonist rather than to the protagonist's like power. In most isekai, usually the protagonist becomes this super powerful whatever. And that is not the case in Konosuba. Konosuba, the main character, is struggling through the whole series constantly. He's like wanting to be a cool hero, but he just never can get there because he's constantly getting held back by different things that happen to him.
Mhm.
But no, in terms of just the dub though, the dub, guys, I have literally never heard a better anime dub than Konosuba, and that's including Gurren Lagann. I love Gurren Lagann's dub,
Dang.
but the comedic timing and the way that they say stuff in the anime dub, whoever did the casting direction in Konosuba is I don't know what they were on, but they understood the mission. It is so funny when it's funny. It's so funny when it's funny. I cannot express that properly without you having seen it. But just like some of the ways that the inflections of their tones, like when they hit like a certain joke, they don't just have like your stereotypical constant like I'm the anime voice, right? Like where everything sounds like this all the time and you can't do that. We have to stop him, like everyone knows what I'm talking about when I'm saying that. They sound in many ways like, yes, it does sound like anime, but it also like they sound like real people talking to each
Mhm.
other. And it is I don't know, I can't describe it to you. It is so funny the way that they talk to each other. I just someone understood the mission, that's all I can say. So that doesn't even have anything to do with the series itself. I'm just saying in terms of like any anime dub that exists, I think Konosuba has the best one. Like all of the voice actors get what they're supposed to be doing, how they're supposed to be talking. I still love that one where Kazuma like turns to the screen after the girl comes up to him and she's just like, I want you to have my baby. He just like turns to the screen Ferris Bueller style and is just like, my popular phase begins. And it just never, it's always funny to me. It never stops being funny. The way that he delivers the lines for Kazuma is so good. I cannot get over it.
Oh my
Oh man.
gosh.
So anyway, that's a
See,
shorter one for me to say, but yeah.
I was gonna say, see, if you like the isekai of they get, reincarnated in another, or they show up in another world and it's not handed to them on silver platter, I think you would really like ReZero. It's
Mm-hmm.
kind of like Konosuba in that way, only instead of it being like comedy, inappropriate humor, it's kind of more action, dark,
Yeah.
questioning, or just like, yeah. Anyway, trauma. We like trauma.
Yeah. That's fair. I've had it on my list for a long time, so I do want to watch it eventually. So
Oh, well, there's one in here that's gonna make you angry if we get there. Which,
yeah.
full disclaimer, it's
Yeah.
not ours. I did grab a couple others from this website we found, or not even a website. It was someone's blog. Being like, oh, I'm just curious what kind of hot takes they have. And like, there was like one or two that I'm like, oh yeah, I agree. And then one I was like, what? I think there were a couple actually for both of us that were like, what? Excuse you.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like specifically two in there that I have to imagine are just rage bait because of the way they talk about it. But
yeah,
yeah.
I hope Lion gets here before we get there because I want her to be here for that one in particular.
Oh yeah.
Ah.
The crash outs shall continue. But anyway,
Yeah.
that's it for that. I didn't really have much more to say. It is quite literally the best anime dub I've ever heard. And I just can't recommend anyone watch the show to hear it. You could probably get, like, if you wanted to just get an idea of what I'm talking about, you could watch the first episode. I believe the first episode's pretty fine. Like, I don't think they really go into it's like kind of later in the series, like kind of when you're heading toward like episode like 6 and beyond, and definitely episode 9 is particularly bad. So yeah, but it's the line delivery, man. The line delivery kills me. I don't often like belly laugh at anime. Konosuba made me belly laugh on multiple occasions. Like, it is really funny how it delivers lines. So anyway.
Oh, all right. I think this is where we start to, like, we're gonna increase the temperature a little bit, a little hotter here.
Yep.
I already know I'm gonna get some backlash for this one. I have zero apologies whatsoever.
I'll make sure the eulogy at your funeral is cool.
Thank you. To clarify, Sakura from Naruto was and always will be an embarrassment to all women.
Dang.
I just
preach.
I can't. And okay, even cutting what's his face some slack, because apparently he's known for not writing female characters very well in Naruto. Sakura just there's no redeeming qualities about her. Like, yes, she's a strong fighter and this and that stuff, but my gosh, no self-respect at all when it comes to men. It's like, woman, just no, just let it go. Like, okay, I know I keep saying, like, we don't talk about Boruto, but Boruto just continues to show. The only reason I'll talk about it is to show that, yes, no, it continues on. Like, she ends up having a kid with Sasuke, and I don't even think they're even married. He just disappears. Like, even her kid is like, I don't think my mom's really my mom. Just like, what? It's just no redeeming qualities. Constantly, like, beats up guys and is swooning for a guy that clearly, time and time again, has told her, I don't like you. And then it's almost like at the end they had to put like a little bow on it and be like, oh, well, actually, he does eventually admit he has feelings. But it's like, but why? It doesn't line up with any of the seasons. Like Naruto Shippuden, none of it lines up. Like, it makes no sense. Just out of nowhere, he's like, I think there's like some, again, I haven't finished Shippuden. We got to like the big battle war. And then we stopped watching it. But I've watched minus the filler, because my friends were like, we're gonna get you to watch this, but we're gonna exclude the filler, otherwise we'll be here all like decade. And just there's nothing. He gives no sign of actually liking her. And then this woman has the gall. Sorry for spoilers and sorry for yelling, but this woman has the gall to, at one point, like this whole time, Naruto has a crush on her, like the whole freaking time, which we stan our Hinata queen. She was a perfect example of pining for someone, but respecting him enough to be like, hey, he doesn't have to like me, but I'm gonna, like, because I like him, I'm still gonna support him and care for him as a friend. Whereas, I don't know, Sakura just no. But it gets to the point where she uses and abuses the fact that she's known for years that Naruto's liked her, and is suddenly like, oh, well, actually, Naruto, I like you, and we should, like, you know, forget searching for Sasuke and stuff like that. Let's just go together. And it's like, which? Excuse me? But again, thankfully, our Naruto, our boy, he grew up and matured and was like, saw right through that, and was like, no, you don't. You've made it very apparent over the years that you do not like me. Like, where does this come from? And it's like, our boy. It's just, ah! I can't stand her at all. Like, and yes, again, giving grace for, like, yes, her writer is not good at writing female characters, but the way he wrote her, like, gosh, no, just no.
Well, like you said too, I think people said that they, like, objectively like Hinata, right?
Yes,
Isn't that a thing?
yes,
Like, she's
everyone
actually
loves
good.
Hinata.
So like he is capable, he just doesn't do it. It's what
Yep.
it seems like sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair, Gleeful. That's fair. Like, if he wanted us to hate, like, to dislike Sakura, he did a banging good job. Like, I can't stand her. Oh my gosh. Like, so many
That's fair.
other better characters. Like, I think someone said earlier, 10-10, adorable, love her. Hinata, our absolute queen of the Naruto series. I will not take any other. I will fight you guys. I woke up and chose violence this morning, guys. I will fist fight people. It's just, oh. Anyway, but yeah, no, that's my hot take. It's just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
At least she's lovable, Rabbit. At least she's likable and lovable. Just, oh yeah, no, we can definitely put Hood on the tree. I'll do that afterwards.
Putting me on the tree.
Yeah, I think you guys should be able to see this. So apparently, chat decided, or I made, actually, yeah, I made the exception that going forward, guys, every time a point is redeemed, aka a sub, 500 bits, $5 donation, yada yada. Instead of picking a Christmas ball color, you can also pick an item to put on the tree. So yeah, we have Charlie, we have Bread, we have Yoshi, we have Grace, we have a picture of a tree on a picture of a tree on a picture of a tree. We have a mango, we have a chocolate, we have mac and cheese.
I love the tree on a tree on a tree. That's great.
I know. I think that was someone, that was like one of our newest members. I think that was like Mafia. No, Aki, no. Bad. No. The audacity.
Man, I would be honored to be up on the tree with Grace and Yoshi though, and Charlie. So
There you go. I'll get that figured out afterwards because I gotta find your image and it's gonna wonk out my whole setup. So, but yeah. Anyway, that's
guys, you can just do it. Do something not as on the nose. You don't have to put the Saja boys. Just ask her to put a soda pop up there. That's what you need to do. That way, it's like, you know, it's up there, but then she can't really be upset because it's not really, you know, it's kind of that middle ground.
Well, and also people are paying money, so it's like I can't be too upset. I'm being paid to suffer, folks. That's where it is.
My little soda pop.
Thanks for the gifted sub to Zari, DJ. Let me know if you want a color on the tree or what you want on the tree. Anyway, moving on to your hot take.
which one is it first? Let's see.
You
here.
actually
Oh
probably
yeah,
like
okay.
harem anime without knowing it.
Yeah, you actually probably do, and you don't even realize. Okay.
He's talking to you,
Um,
chat.
yeah, because here's the irony, right? Is harem anime gets a bad name specifically because of its name, especially, right? It's called harem anime. Uh, like so we know what the word harem typically means, but ironically, in a lot of harem, not all of them, because there are some, so I'm not saying there aren't any, but
Uh-huh.
in a lot of them, they actually it's more just a dating sim. That's all it is. It's a dating sim. There's one person, guy or girl, because it's both ways, guy or girl, where a lot of girls or a lot of guys are going after that one guy or girl. And that's it. That's the whole kind of like concept of what a harem anime is. So if you like dating simulations, okay? If you like The Bachelor or The Bachelorette, if you like Titanic or The Notebook, those are technically still a form of the concept of what a harem anime is. There's just less people in some of those. Those are like what people would say are the dreaded relationship triangles, or the relationship squares or whatever. Like where oh, who are they gonna pick? Is the girl in the Notebook gonna pick Ryan Gosling, or is she gonna pick the other guy that's actually probably got his head on his shoulders and is better for her or whatever? It's the same concept though. Okay, that's what harem anime basically is. Is there's one character and there's a bunch of other characters that end up liking him or her for some reason, and then they try to pine for that person's attention, and then it comes down to what is the main character going to choose, which person. And so then people get into fights over who he or she should choose. um and so I think it gets a bad rep because of what the term is. And again, don't get me wrong, there are some just like any other genre where they are quite literally exactly that. And you may as well call it like concubine anime instead, because that'd be probably a little bit more be a little more on the nose. But I digress.
Also, welcome
Um
in, Peter and Yenza.
oh
Hello, Raiders.
I didn't
My
even notice. Hey guys.
my
Wow, what a
favorite
great thing for
anime.
you guys to come in on at this very second here, while I'm trying to state a case
I
here.
know. I was like, this is great.
They
Yenza
couldn't have
says,
come in when I was saying that Gurren Lagann's a Christian anime. No, they came on this one.
yeah. Well, at least they gave it this one, and not some of the other ones we talked about. Yenza says my
But yeah,
favorite anime is Peter Desu, and Peter says the best anime is Cory in the House. How dare?
let's
How dare.
go, Gloria the House.
But welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for joining us, guys. My fave anime is Shrek and Toy Story. This is great. This is great. This is great. Welcome in, friends. We're doing anime hot takes, and Hood is sharing his currently right now, which is you actually probably like harem anime without knowing it. So keep
Yeah.
going, Hood.
Yeah, it's the concept too, because I'm seeing different people say, well, Titanic, Notebook, that's not like a harem. That's not really the case that I'm making, because it's really the concept, right? All you're doing with like what the concept of a harem anime is you're just adding more people into the fray. It's the same concept of, though, saying this person likes me, but this person over here also likes me, and I don't know which one to choose. And I think where a lot of people get upset more so is typically a lot of harem anime oftentimes have like heavy amounts of fan service. Whether it's guy or girl, it's usually for the guy. But usually I think that's why that happens. But I've actually seen ones that are a little more wholesome, like the quintessential quintuplets is, from my recollection. It's been like 7 years since I've seen any of that. But to my recollection, that was a little bit more on the side of that concept. And again, a lot of dating sims, depending on which ones you're going for, or even just visual novels. Different visual novels just kind of have that mentality of, you can take this route to see what it would be like with this character or whatever, right? Like Steins Gate is that way, and Steins Gate isn't like a dating sim. It's not I wouldn't even consider it like a technically a harem anime, but it's like it's got the same type of a concept of, oh, there's a handful of different girls for the main character to potentially choose in the minds of the audience. But that's not even what the story's about, right? So I think a lot of people like crap on the concept, but then they actually like it in other scenarios where it's just not, just don't use the wording. They just don't say it's a harem anime, right? So That's really it. That's my main thing is I always think that that's funny when I see a lot of people attacking it. But yet we still like the different stuff from, again, we like Titanic, we like Notebook, and a lot of the things that people hate in harem anime, they like in other forms of media. That's kind of my point. Is it's like, again, I've heard a lot of people be like, "Oh, I'm so sick of the love triangle stuff," and it's like, okay, but a lot of the times you often like these other things that you don't see. It's like, well, it's different over there. It's like, really, it's just drama. People get tired of the drama, and I think like I can understand the mentality of like I don't like love triangles after a while because it gets frustrating when that's like every single romance, which is why we have to plug again Fragrant Flowers Bloom with Dignity is anything but that. It is literally just straightforward diabetes.
It's so
One character likes another
cute.
character and nothing ever bad happens. It's the chowder meme without the second part, and nothing can go wrong. And then you just stop it, and then it ends. That's
And
it.
nothing
That's
goes
the end of
wrong.
the.
Yeah,
And nothing goes wrong ever.
exactly.
Um, so I think there needs to be a place for both of those. I just don't think that this concept should be heavily demonized like it is, because like especially too when usually it's the boy anime versions that are demonized, and again, I think a lot of that's for the fan service element.
Mm-hmm.
But then the girl version is usually not demonized usually, and it will often have similar aspects, just tailored toward girls instead. And so that one doesn't get as it's almost in a similar sphere, not the same by any means, but it's in a similar sphere as like the whole book talk kind of thing going on, where it's like, oh, ours is different. It's like it's not really different. It's kind of the same thing. You just be honest with yourself for once. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't know. I think the concept there doesn't have to be demonized. I think it would do well though if it changed maybe the naming, like if it didn't call it a
Mm.
harem, because it's not like the character has all of the characters that like him, right? Or her. It's not like they're with all of them and in a relationship with all of them. It's all of these characters like this one character. Who is the one character gonna pick? That's
Mm.
kind of the concept. So anyway.
Yeah, I guess yeah.
So yeah.
Someone was saying Yona of the Dawn is technically a harem, and I would say yeah, or on High School Host Club is technically a harem.
Yeah. In a
Um,
way. In a way.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. See, like in a way, it's not like explicitly harem, but it's like yeah, no, if we're going by like
Mhm.
certain definitions, then yeah, it's technically that. And I
Yeah.
love both of those series. Mind you, I'm not a big fan of harem animes. Like when it's like legit harems, I'm like, no, nah, I just nah. But that kind of goes
Yeah.
with my next hot take that I'll wait on that. But Aki says, Hood, my hot take is that time I got reincarnated as a slime is not an isekai, but actually harem anime.
That's funny. I actually have only watched 3 episodes of that, and then I gave up on it because I was kind of bored. Um,
Mm,
that's funny. I'd be interested to actually see if I agree with you because I feel like, but see, that's kind of the thing, right? That's actually part of the thing Konosuba makes fun of too, is because a lot of isekai anime, it's just a power fantasy. That's all it is. So
mm-hmm.
usually, typically, it's average and or loser guy dies, gets put into another world where he gets to be cool for once, and all the ladies like him, and he defeats the villain. It's a power fantasy. Okay, so that's why I think Konosuba's funny, because the same type of scenario happens, except like they don't all like him that way. His little quote unquote harem that he has, the main character, and they all annoy him to no end and won't leave him alone. That I think that's hilarious. I think that's a great subversion of that concept or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
um, and then even like Schultze said, the guys are scrutinized more in the morality department. It seems. I think that that's true. I think that's like as a typical basis, that is more often the case. Is guys get demonized, women get less demonized, even if it's
Well,
the same thing or
yeah.
comparable.
Well, to put it in like, another fandom area or whatever, it's like, oh, like, men, how dare you look at corn? But we're gonna read these absolutely, definitely corn books and series and stuff like that. It's like,
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and the irony of those two is it's like even if you take out the fact that it's just quote unquote it's just words, right? It's just literature or whatever, which maybe someone could say there's an argument there because it's not visual. Okay, whatever. But the the concept though that you're still saying like your version of it is wrong though. Like, oh, I can't believe you want to watch this thing where all these women are pining over this one guy, but that's exactly what the book talk things are. It's an average girl who doesn't really have any qualities that would make people like her, end up having a bunch of guys like her for no other reason than
Mm-hmm.
she's just who she is. And it's because it makes them feel comfortable. And that's kind of the point of those, I think, in a lot of cases. It's again, they're in some degree they're a form of like a power fantasy for
Yeah.
the viewer. But yeah, I just think it's goofy. I just think it's funny. It's like, just at least be honest with yourself. Just say like, yeah, we do the same thing, but it's like you're trying to play like the morality department, and I just think that that's
Mm-hmm.
goofy. But anyway, yeah. So and that's why. So I was just like, I just wanted to point out. I'm like, yeah, if you like some of these other elements in these other things, again, that's why I even bring up Titanic or Notebook, not because they are the same. Like, there's not as many people, but it still is the whole. Who are they gonna choose? It's the same concept that technically what a harem anime would typically be. But a lot of people would say, "Oh, The Notebook is one of the greatest romantic stories of all time," or "Titanic is one of the greatest romantic stories of all time." And but then they would see something like this and they'd be like, "Oh, this is disgusting and horrible and this and that." And it's like, I think some can be just like anything. I think there's always there's always the exceptions. There's always the outliers. There's always those that are just strange and weird and whatever else. But the concept though, I think is not as big of a deal as people make it out to be. So I'm like, literally just give it a name change. Just give it a name change. I don't know what the name change would be, but give it a name change and you'd probably be so.
Bunny asks, doesn't harem mean that the MC has to actively be dating more than one person at a time?
That's what the concept of a harem is, but that's not different ones that I've at least seen. Certainly not like dating sims typically. I don't think you're typically dating multiple ones. You just are you're a friend of them and then it's eventually one of them gets picked is how I've understood it. So unless I just misunderstand that, but I don't know, maybe and again, like there could be ones that are classified as where that thing does happen. But then now you're just talking about like that's just cheating. So, but again, technically in the Notebook, the girl in there cheats, okay? And also in Titanic, she kind of cheats, okay? She's supposed to be in a relationship with this other dude, but then finds Leonardo DiCaprio or finds Ryan Gosling, and we say, oh my gosh, it's so romantic, So why is it romantic there, but not over here, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. Just oof.
Yeah.
Also, Line has a good point. So I mean that one girl in Oran called it a reverse harem. Yes. So technically, I believe harem is more so a man with multiple women, whereas reverse harem is a woman with multiple men.
Yes.
So just if anyone's been like, well, wait a minute, this is that's just because apparently harem is for a guy and reverse harem is for a girl. So
right.
That's just if everyone's wanting to get technical with things, and that's just to explain that. That's all.
Yeah. And Nick says, my hot take, Titanic and The Notebook aren't the greatest romances of all time because they promote adultery, no real love. And yeah, and I think that there's definitely arguments to be made there where people, and I've been seeing that more recently, even people have been saying that, and that's totally fine. So it's like, I'm more into like the concept of at least remain consistent, and I just see a lot of people where they'll say this about one thing and then they're saying this about another. And so it'll just remain consistent. That's all. If you don't like the one, then you have to say the others, the events in these other ones are also not good and they're not good films or not good series or whatever. And I just think a lot of people don't feel that way. They would be like, well, I don't like this, but this one's okay because I like it. It's like, that's usually I feel how it kind of goes. So, but anyway.
Sir Bacon says, this is kind of a little bit off topic, but still with anime hot topics. Medium heat take, My Hero Academia's quality falls off in alter seasons. The My Villain Academia arc felt like a whole bunch of filler, and 80% of the UA class got shoved to the side.
That's fair. I've never seen any of the vigilante or the villain, those side story ones. I've only been following the main story, so I know some people even said the main story they felt like fell off.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, I think that's what
I
they're alluding to. Oh, in later seasons, yeah.
oh, in later. Okay, yeah.
And
I I didn't feel that way so much. I felt like, the writer has a lot of characters they're trying to write for, so
mhm.
obviously sometimes certain characters are going to get pushed over to the side, but I do still feel like the main thorough line is Deku. The whole story is about Deku. It still follows him very thoroughly. It's just building up things behind the scenes that we get to see. Um and again, I think My Hero is a similar, it's like it got hit with like the Justin Bieber type of mentality where it's like because this is popular, I must hate it. I feel like is what kind of happened. So I think a lot of people
Mhm.
hate on My Hero because of how much it exploded. If it hadn't exploded the way that it did, it probably wouldn't be as, badly
Mm.
treated as it is. I feel like that happens with when anything gets really super popular. There's always going to be that group that's just like, it's actually not as cool as everybody says it is.
Oh
Breaking
yeah.
Bad has those people. But like, I think Breaking Bad objectively is one of the best live action series that's ever been created of all time and forever. And there's still some people that say, actually, you know what? It actually sucks and it's actually not good at all. And I'm like, well, you're just objectively, that's okay. But you're allowed to say that. But it's like, I feel like you're just hating on it just to hate it. You can say, hey, it's not my cup of tea, but I can see the appeal. Or it's not my cup of tea, but I think the writing is still good. Or I think the story makes sense. And I think it's like, whatever. I think you'd have to really be absolutely hating upon it to say that it's objectively just bad writing, bad characters, bad all that. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
and then that's my hot take, I guess, on that concept. So,
Well, and that's the struggle with a series with so many characters is then you have to hop around spotlighting all the different characters, especially if you want your audience to even be interested in all the different characters you created. So then it does feel like filler, but it's like, oh, we have to do this in order for people to understand that. And for people to understand this person, then we got to do that. Or for them to like connect the dots, we got to do this. So it does eventually feel like, and it probably is to some degree, a lot of filler because there's so many characters. Like I thought there were a lot of characters
yeah,
in Naruto, but no, move over Naruto. We got My Hero Academia where we have like an entire class and then teachers
right.
that work at that. We have heroes outside of that. We have vigilantes. We have villains. We have civilians. And it's like, oh my gosh, the list does not end. Which again, like I love that there's so many different characters because there's something for everybody, but it does get overwhelming. And then it is hard to, progress with the flow of the story because, well, now we got to introduce this character. Now we got to talk about that character and stuff. So it
Yeah.
feels like a lot sometimes.
I did feel like in My Hero, like, so going off what Bunny said about it falling off after Stars and Stripes, I think Stars and Stripes was season 4 because then you have season 5. Season 5 is when they started doing some more Endeavor stuff. I'm trying to not spoil in case anybody hasn't gotten that far.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I would argue season 5 is probably the weakest, but I still enjoyed it. Like I didn't see what people were saying. Um, it just again it didn't feel like it lost its pacing by doing what it was doing, especially when season 6 then kicked off and it got like back into the action. And I would argue season 6 is one of the like kind of more compelling, like it's kind of like showing what everything's been leading up to kind of seasons. Um so I could see where somebody feels like maybe season 5 dragged, but I don't feel like it fell off and then stayed falling off for the rest of the thing personally. I think it still had momentum. It just, like Kat's saying, it's you're trying to focus on a lot of characters and you can start to muddy the waters when you had such a um what's the word? Like you had such a strong foundation of a protagonist, which is Deku, moving the story forward, and then you kind of like jump off of him and you jump off of his story and you're now trying to do some of these other things. Like, yeah, that can you can only do that if you really are a master of the craft of writing story and stuff like that, to know how long you can do that for and how to make it still feel compelling and part of the main story until you return to the main character. It is not for the faint of heart. That's why they even say like don't do ensemble casts until you like really understand writing.
Mm-hmm.
Um because you can get lost in the sauce, and once you have all these characters who just none of them feel very compelling, then it just everything falls flat, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the struggle. But I don't know. I still felt like I saw a lot of the hate for My Hero. I personally didn't feel it, you know. I like I said, season 5 maybe dragged a little bit, but it wasn't like enough for me to be like, I don't want to watch it. I still walked out of that season being like, I want to be a hero. And I feel like that's the point of the series, is to make you feel that way. And I'm excited to still see season 8. I haven't watched it yet. I'm excited to see how everything concludes and whatnot. Especially after the mongoloid of a cliffhanger that it left off on from season 7. But anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Schulte says, I really like Schulte's comment here. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood does the best job with having a large cast and keeping it all easy to follow. I would agree. I think because, like, for that, well, I guess no, technically. Like, there's technically 2 main characters, but then there's other, like, side main characters where, like, it's not, like, the whole series isn't really about them, but they're still a big part of the series. So it kind of bounces around. But, well, I guess you could also say the same thing for, like, My Hero is, like, Deku and All Might and stuff. But, yeah, no, I agree. Brotherhood does a phenomenal job of that. Like, I never feel like, oh, this is filler. Well, there's maybe 1 or 2 episodes that feel like filler, but it's good filler. It's like, ooh, we get more backstory. Gimme. I want it.
Hey, do you want to read Squirrel's highlighted comment here and then go directly into your next one?
Give me a second here. I'm catching up, man. My hot take, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is a perfect anime, and I wouldn't change a single thing. You want me to move things around, don't you?
I mean, I feel like it's only poetic at this point.
Fine. Whoops, not that one.
Oh, well, you showed it to him now. There's
Nope.
that one.
Too bad. We're going back to this one. My hot take is Brotherhood could have been better. Which, if you guys remember, I put Brotherhood as my top favorite anime of all time. So, let me explain. See, that's why I was wanting to leave this for last, because I knew people were going to lose their minds.
It was too easy. It was too easy. It was there. I had to have you do it.
Yes, thank you, Schulte. Yes, exactly. The reason I have issue with it is because, again, Fullmetal Alchemist, the first one they did, they took the time with each book and went into detailed story of the manga, which was great, fantastic. It was very well paced. It went into detail, it explained things better. Whereas Brotherhood, they took the easy way out and were like, oh, well, this is for, like, the real fans. Like, who knows? It's like, but what if someone's jumping in for the very first time? Like, take the first, like, just call the first one, call it a wash. Just whatever, call it a wash. Take those first, whatever it is, 10 to 15 episodes that they did a very detailed, good job on, copy and paste that at the beginning of Brotherhood, and it's perfect. Absolute cinema. The reason that I'm so, like, I say that it could have been better is because I feel like they took the lazy way out. Where it's like, oh, well, there's already that one, so you just go watch that one and then come watch it. But like, yeah, but then what if they don't come back to this one? And that's super, like, I don't know. That's so lazy, in my opinion.
I didn't.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing. Is people are like, well, I don't want to go jump to another anime to go watch that and then better understand that. No. But I'm telling you, Hood, there's, like, so much more to the storyline stuff. Like, you actually get, like, more information on Barry the Chopper. Like, there's more to his story in the beginning. And it's crazy. But no, they're going to make you go watch the OG Fullmetal Alchemist, and then you can come back. But you want to figure out where to stop, because they're not going to tell you where to stop, like when it starts to veer off from the manga. But it's just copy paste. I don't care if it's copy pasted. Like, it's the same series. Just give us the actual manga. Don't make us jump back and forth. It just, I
Yeah.
just want detailed storytelling. Just give me detailed. Don't rush through things because then you miss stuff. Like there's certain characters that I don't know, I think people would like more having watched Brotherhood if they had seen more of the detailed story that they had over in Full Metal Alchemist. Like there's certain plot lines, like even what's his face? Like the nasally guy who's following a Scar around and like says he's all that, but he's actually like a wuss. Like there's more to his storyline. It explains why he doesn't like the brothers. But no, they just kind of fast pass, like, oh yeah, you showed up and you did this. Like, oh yeah, that was you. There's a whole like 2-3 episodes explaining that over in the original one. And I'm so sad. Huh.
Mm.
It's just like just why we gotta be lazy? It goes for the real ones. Like, well, maybe the real ones don't want to have to go back and forth between 2 different animes. Like, just don't
Yeah.
give me that trash. Like, there's
That's
again,
fair.
like again, there's so much more Hood that we could have like so much to the story. Because like for me personally, having seen the OG one, or for anyone who's read the manga, and then you jump into Brotherhood, you're like, whoa, this was fast. How'd we get here?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing too, like going back to like something like Gurren Lagann where it's not adapted from anything, it's just an anime. Like it was made to be an anime and that's what it is. It's not it doesn't have like an original source material. They started making a manga off of it. Actually, I think they completed it in Japan, but they didn't fully translate it in English. They only got like so far into it and then they stopped because I guess funding or something like that. So it's never actually been completed. Um but that was like that I think that's why that feels so complete by the time it's done is because it was like made for that. And any of the parts that didn't feel complete, you end up finding out later, or at least I did. What is it? 2 years ago now, or a year or so ago. Anyway, back in 2024, beginning of 2024, when they released the films for Gurren Lagann again, but they had they had the dubbed version finally because they had made films that was like a compilation of the series in 2 4-hour films, and then but they were only in sub. They never did it in dub, so then they were able to do it in dub, and they got almost all of the entire cast back. They only were missing like 1 or 2 people.
Dang.
And it was great. It was amazing. And what was cool about it though was they said, but we're not just dubbing it. We added in like 30 plus
yeah.
minutes of animation, like extra content that is supposed to patch up a couple of the areas that we wished we could have had more time to explain or to expound upon in the original series, but that we didn't have the budget or the timing for at the time. They told us that we had to move on, so we had to just move on. And so there's one specific area that I can't talk about, gotten to it yet. There's something that happens that feels a little disjointed in the original series that's like, oh, that's weird. Why did it happen that way? That they actually alter that in the film. And so it's almost like if you cut out that part of the film and placed it into the anime, it would then like make sense. It would like connect properly, you know? Yeah, so stuff like that. So to me it's like the cool thing about Gurren Lagann is like you get the totality of the series when you watch the entirety of the series and then the 2 films on top of it all together. Whereas like if you have something that you're adapting, you have the chance of them like just skating over certain things that were important in the manga or important in the light novel, and then they just are like, well, but we got to just kind of skate past that, you know. So which is a shame.
Yeah. But again, like you said, like time and budget and stuff, it just unfortunately that's what can destroy a really good series.
Yep.
Like even it's probably another actually no, I don't even think this is a hot take. I think everyone just agrees. Like One Punch Man, season 1, fan freaking tastic. They changed animation studios or something afterwards. Trash.
Yep.
The animation quality dropped and just made it worse. Even season 3, everyone's like, what is this? What is it? Like people like slow down, like super slow down a scene and just like the jumps or like the cuts or whatever. They're like, what is this? Like, One Punch Man was like such a popular anime. What do you like? How do you not have the budget for this? Like, is this just laziness? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So it's just, oh my gosh. But yeah, no, I
Yeah.
agree. I agree, Squirrel. I've heard people say the 2003 Full Metal Alchemist is only good if you've never read the manga. Because you have no idea what to compare it with. But as soon as you know what the manga story is, you can't watch it anymore. I can't watch it anymore. Yeah, exactly, Aki. Brotherhood suffered from trying to fix the OG sins. Yep, 100%. And again, I love this series. I forced Hood to sit down and watch it with me because I loved it so much. And but I would agree that it could have been better had they not, treated it as like, I don't even I can't say side project, but basically just, we're trying to fix the mistakes of the OG series we did because we didn't want to wait for the rest of the manga to come out. So we just kept going and did our own thing. It's like, well, that's on you. Like, you kind of did your own thing and you messed that up. And rather than admitting the mistake and fixing it, you decided to just put a band-aid on it. But yeah, it just, ugh.
Yeah.
So, but again, still fantastic series. Go check it out. If you want, if you're hungry for lore like I am, go watch like the first, 10, 15 episodes of the OG series and then jump back into Brotherhood. Cause it just feels so lazy being like, oh, this is for the real fans. Like, well, maybe your real fans would appreciate you, not being lazy. Anyway,
Yeah.
I digress. Just
Which it's funny too, because if they would have just pumped it up to like a 70 episode anime, they could have fit everything in there like they did for
yes.
Because like Monster, the series Monster is 70 episodes, so I know that they can do stuff like that. Like, usually they like to do it in like 12, 24, 36 or 37 or 60 is kind of like that's the frame of anime typically. They like to keep it in that kind of segmentation, but I know that they can do stuff like they did in Monster, and I still haven't finished Monster yet, but that one goes for like 70 episodes. So all they need to do is just give it a few more episodes. So I guess they just didn't know how well it would be received either, so that probably didn't help.
Yeah. Ooh, Nyx has a hot take here. Any anime that requires more than 5 seasons or more than 2 sequels is just playing us for money, not the love of the anime.
That's fair.
Ooh.
That's fair. Unless you're Oda and you just are like, I just kind of feel like writing One Piece into all of eternity. and
I will
and
say
never end it.
I will say though, as good as the series is, like I love the series. However, the anime drags on, which I get to some extent because they're trying to like not fall into Full Metal Alchemist issue where they surpass the manga. But then it just like the filler. Like you have like previously, it's like we just watched this last week. What do you mean previously? Here's 5 minutes of what just happened last episode. And then here's 5 minutes of Luffy walking to the bathroom with like a bajillion different shots. And then here's like them yelling at each other for 5 minutes. It's like, what's this? No, stop it. Just give us our series. Just wait if you have to.
Well, and apparently, from what I've been hearing, the rumor, it sounds like One Piece is finally coming to an end.
Yeah.
Because
true.
Because apparently, Oda said you'll know when the series is about to come to an end because you'll see somebody with an eye patch. Because he specifically has never had anybody have an eye patch in the series for that reason. So he says when there's a character who has an eye patch, that's how you'll know when the series is on its final arc.
Yes, I saw that.
And I believe Shanks has just been reintroduced with an eye patch. So,
yup.
So everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, I think this is it. I think this is finally it. We're finally
Yeah.
gonna see the end and see what the One Piece is and all that."
Yeah.
I swear,
It's
if the One Piece is friendship,
oh my gosh, everyone, like, there will be mobs in the streets if that's it was friendship all along. No, you have an entire generation that was raised on One Piece. They're going to lose their freaking minds.
yeah, it's specifically because I heard that I'm like, I need to catch back up again. I need to just play it in the background while I'm doing work at different times. Just run through it because
Yeah.
I'm not gonna miss a whole lot. They're gonna replay the same thing 50 billion
Yep.
times on episodes anyway. So that's all I gotta do.
Yeah. Yeah. Aki does confirm, as someone that has watched all of One Piece, it's worth it, but the pacing is terrible at times. Yeah, I feel like it gets worse as the series progresses. Like
hmm
the first couple seasons, it's great. It's fun. Like, yeah, sometimes you have previously, if it was like a really intense moment where it's like, okay, previously, or if it's like, I forget how far into like a season or whatever, that's like, hey, kind of like quick recap, which Japan does sometimes for animes. Like, it makes sense. But yeah, it just uh
Yeah.
I just Rico! I just got here. I read the topic. I'm prepared to
Rico.
fight. Yes, Rico. I want to hear
This
your
is
anime
Cat's hot take.
takes.
This
Yeah.
is Cat's hot take.
Yeah. Well, I don't Rico, you
But
don't
I mean,
watch anime, do you?
I think he watches a couple.
I was trying to remember. I wasn't sure if he was yeah. I don't know. Anyway.
But I do agree with you, especially too, like where my issue with Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood kind of lied was more toward the end, where it felt like a lot of things were rushed pretty heavily to try and fit it into that 60 episode kind of arc, because like Edward going and the way that he defeats Pride is very
Mm-hmm.
out of nowhere, and he
Yeah.
just gains an ability he never had before. Like stuff like that throws me off really bad because I'm like, well, hold on, wait, how come you just didn't do that before then? You can just suddenly do it now, but you couldn't do it before.
Yeah.
It's like that type of stuff throws me off pretty bad. Yes, it probably was the budget, and so I'm sure the manga probably goes into it a lot better, but
Mhm.
it's just a shame when I went that far in and I'm like, you're gonna skimp on me now? Really? Oh, that sucks,
Yeah.
So
Squirrel says the One Piece being French would be like the Elrics using the Philosopher's Stone to get their bodies back. You just don't do that.
yeah.
Yeah, Cat, I have an army now. Nah. I used to watch anime, and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is one of the few I truly enjoyed. Okay, so then, Rico, maybe you can agree with me then. So when I say, and again, just to reiterate for all you people with your torches and pitchforks, Brotherhood is my #1 anime. I love it so much. I'm just upset that they chose to go the lazy route when they did the 2003 one. They went into detail at the start of the story with all these like explanations and when the Albert brothers were going off doing their thing and stuff and meeting people. And then they just kind of like quickly poke them in there for Brotherhood, being like, oh, well, we already have that there. So this is for the real ones. And it's like, but what if someone's new? Like, give them the story. Don't just, oh, well, we're just gonna fast pass this. But it's like, so that's my only issue with it, Rico. That's my only issue is they took the lazy route and they left all the detailed stories over in the 2003, expecting people to go watch that and then come back and watch Brotherhood. That's my only issue with it. It's like, don't put out a series that makes you go have to watch another series unless it's like a sequel or something. In which case, no, this is literally the same story. They just didn't want to quote unquote repeat themselves. Like, who cares? Unless they were worried that, people weren't going to go watch the first one and then they'd lose money on that. If they did that, then it's like, oh, okay, then it's all about money then. It's not about the story, it's about the money.
And Grace, you got to get to the end of Gurren Lagann before you make that statement because it looks like that right now. It makes sense later. That's all I'm gonna say. They actually have built it into the story as to why things. Now, again, I still say with Gurren Lagann, you have to get it. If you don't get what they're going for, then because I literally have talked to somebody recently who said that they hated Gurren Lagann. It just doesn't make sense. How come this and how come that and all this different stuff? And I'm like, oh, you just didn't get it. That's really what it was. You truly just didn't get it. That's not even a cope. I literally think that it's just wasn't for you. You have to understand what the theme is and what they're going for, and then all those things will connect. Even when they do stuff where it's like, wait a minute, how are you doing that? There's they actually do have a machine behind how that works, like story wise, but it also is it's all connected to the theme. So just give it some time. See if you still feel that way after. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Gracious.
There we go. Okay. Rico says, I accept your answer. I've called off the Exterminatus.
Genobomb.
Ooh, Dracus says
Genobomb declined.
Dracus says Gurren is my second favorite anime after Trigun. Let's go.
Nice. Nice.
Oh man. But you know what? Speaking of like, getting canceled over your opinion on anime, you're next, Hood. Here you go. Hood says Free Run is kind of overrated.
Now let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Listen, okay? Hear me out. Okay.
We're listening, Hood.
I like the characters, okay? I like Freerin. I like Fern. I like Stark, okay? The fact that I remembered their names should tell you that I like them, okay? I don't always remember, I'm still trying to freaking remember. We're watching Apothecary Diaries. I still can never remember purple hair guy's name, and he's
Jinshi.
Jinshi. Okay.
It's okay.
I like him, but it still hasn't stuck in my brain. So that tells you that I haven't fully locked on to them and I care about them yet. But I do remember Mao Mao. But anyway.
Mm-hmm. Mao Mao's based.
Okay. Listen to me. I love the characters. I think the characters themselves, they're fun. I like watching them interact. That's great. I actually don't mind the concept of the slower pace. I like the idea of, oh, this is after the demon lord has already been killed and we're moving on, and now it's just about trying to kind of find the more the appreciating the little things in life. Okay, that's fine. Where Freerin falls apart for me a little bit, okay, and why I say it's overrated. I don't think it's bad, okay? I like it, but I think people when they're saying this is the greatest anime I've ever seen and it should have won this and it should win that, I'm like, okay, I think you're stretching a little bit. And the main reason is not just because of the pacing, okay, because some things are a slow burn and that's okay. Steins Gate, the visual novel for Steins Gate, that's a slow burn. And then when it finally takes off, it takes off. But it is a slow burn up to a certain point because they're building into something, right? The problem with Freerin for me is not just the pacing, it is also the fact that there feels like there's no stakes ever to anything that's happening. Freerin is super overpowered. She lives forever, basically, you may as well say. And there's really no ticking clock pushing her to her goal, which, as we currently know right now, I think most everybody in here is watching it or that has seen the first season. And even if you haven't, this isn't going to spoil anything because you're not really going to understand. She's trying to get to heaven right now, is our understanding. That's what. But it's a leisurely journey. She's on her way there. But what bad thing is going to happen if she doesn't reach heaven? You understand what I'm saying? The concept of a typical story is who's the protagonist, what do they want, and what is the obstacles that are in their way of getting it. And then the fourth kind of side one is what happens if they don't get it? What bad thing is going to happen if they don't get it? How is it going to be the end? If it's not really super the end of the world, then the stakes aren't really important. And so then why should we as the audience care, right? So it's fine to some of the cozy elements of it. It's fine to watching them talk and interact. But in terms of a story, it just doesn't have a lot of mobility for me. It's not really going anywhere. What happens if Fern doesn't succeed in the mage's school thing or whatever that they had to do where she was doing that contest or whatever, right? Oh, she has to wait and take it again in, what was it, 3 years or something? Okay. Oh, sure. So there's really no stakes if she doesn't make it out, right? Now, in the actual testing, you could die. That's there. Okay, that's possible. But if she just fails, if she if they ring the little bell or whatever, the little golem, which I actually cool having the little golem come out and then he grows and then takes them out. what's so bad about them doing that? Well, I'll just try again in 3 years, right? And especially for someone like Freerin, well, I'll just try again later. I mean, what's 3 years? Doesn't really mean anything to me, right? Like there's so many areas where there's just not really any stakes going on, and I think that hurts the overall story. Doesn't mean
Mhm.
I don't like the characters, doesn't mean that I don't think there's moments that are cute and that I don't whatever. I think that the overall plot is just kind of empty because there's no real stakes involved. Like what happens if Freerin can't get to heaven? What happens if she can't stop and smell the roses? What does that mean for her? What does she really lose? They haven't really described what that is yet. So everything feels kind of like, where are we going with we supposed to be doing? Like you get what I'm saying? Like that's kind of where I'm coming from when I'm saying it's overrated. I'm not saying
Mhm.
it's bad. I'm saying for those that are like, this is the greatest anime I've ever seen. I'm like, I feel like you're kind of stretching it, man. I don't see like I can totally get people who say Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is the best anime they've ever seen, and I disagree with that statement. I don't think it's the greatest thing I've ever seen, but I think it was really, really good, and I understand why people. I think the story is very, very, very. It's got like good roots, good foundation. There's a lot of good rules to the world of how things work, and so on and so forth. But in Freerin, there's just nothing really keeping it moving forward in a way that actually feels meaningful. We're just kind of traveling together. Even Fern, like, what is her goal? Does she have a goal? It's to follow Frieren, right? That's basically all it is. So it's like she wants to become a better mage, so she's learning alongside her. But it's like, well, what happens if she doesn't become a mage? Does she disappoint somebody? Like maybe the priest person that she was with, does she, that passed on or whatever? Like what is really bad that's going to happen if they don't get their goals, right? It doesn't really ever establish that as a concept. So that's really my main thing with it, and I think
Mhm.
that's what I feel kind of that made it feel slower than just the fact that the anime itself is at a slower pace, because I don't mind a slow burn. I just want to see that it actually matters. I want to see that we're like going somewhere, and that's something that, again, I use Steins Gate as an example because that's a great example of something that really was kind of slow, and for a while you're kind of like, okay, well, I'm into, like, so for me I was like, I'm into like all the theories that are getting thrown around. I like the characters acting in the meanwhile, and we're getting, every now and then we're getting like a little bit of little danger. Oh, what does that mean? Oh, okay. And then we move on from it, and it's fine. And then like halfway through, you get this like big event, and the big event just throws everything off the wall, and you're just like, what's going on? Oh my gosh. And now everything, all the stuff that they were slowly building up to, you're like, oh my gosh, I get it now. Oh, makes sense. Oh, I can't believe it's happening. So with Freerin though, you don't really have that, right? So if you had it where maybe she wasn't super overpowered, then you could say, okay, well, maybe there's some sort of a thing that she, you could bring her mortality into the factor, but that's never really an issue for her because she's super overpowered and she literally can destroy anything she comes across just immediately, right? It's Zoltar or whatever she says, right? She just does the one super good spell that demon had that she learned, and it's just over. She just kills anything, right? Um, if she didn't live as long, you could say, okay, well, she's got only so much time to live, like a human being typically, right? I only have so much time before, I pass on, and I want to try to experience the world, and I was taking life for granted or whatever, and now I only got this much time. She's got probably thousands of years left, right? Like they kind of established that's never going away. So then what is the stakes? Like what am I, why am I watching? What's the point of me? Why do I care if she makes it to heaven or not at this particular point? Again, I'm trying not to fully spoil every little thing.
Mhm.
The reason why she's trying to go to heaven. But like what's the problem if she doesn't get there? Like what's she really going to lose in the end? How's
Mhm.
it going to be the end of the world? It doesn't have to be like all of humanity is going to get destroyed. How for Frieren is it going to be the end of the her? Because so many stories are about the internal conflict, right? It doesn't, maybe in the grand scheme of things, like life would still go on, but for that one character, everything just falls apart. It's like, if I can't get this job, if I can't succeed here, then I'm a failure, right? Like, for instance, okay, this is not the greatest example. It's just the first one that came to my mind. Okay, but if anyone's seen Legally Blonde, okay, with
Legally
Reese,
blind.
yeah, Reese Witherspoon. Okay, It's the first one that came to my mind. I don't know.
Oh, no,
But,
you're
you
good.
know, here you have this, like, you know, stereotypical blonde girl. I'm gonna go lawyer to you know, basically shove it to my boyfriend, basically. Be like, you know, you ditched me because you know, you thought I was dumb and I wasn't going anywhere. Well, I'm gonna become a lawyer and I'm going to prove this to you, right? What happens if she doesn't become a lawyer? Well, nothing really. Okay, not like in the grand scheme of the world, nothing really happened. Like she could go and find another job. But for her specifically in her story, it's like it would be a letdown for her. It'd be like, man, I couldn't achieve this thing. I actually am the thing that they say that I am. You get what I'm saying? Like it's not the greatest example because it's Legally Blonde. Okay, Legally Blonde, just a popcorn film, whatever, chick flick, whatever. Okay, but my point is like even in that type of a story, you can still see where the internal conflict is important to that character, and that's a relatable feeling. If I can't get through college, right, then I'm worthless, right? I've had different people tell me like I went into the military to prove something to myself, right? What happens if they don't get into the military? Well, nothing really. I mean, they could go and get another job or something else, right? You didn't make it, but for them internally, it's like, oh man, I couldn't make it. I wasn't strong enough. I didn't have the fortitude. I didn't this and that. It's a personal issue, right? So then again, I say like in Freeren's case or Fern's case, right? Like what? And it's funny because I actually like Fern more than I like Freeren because Fern is still learning and trying to understand things, and she's just a person, so she only has so much time on Earth. It's like she's actually more relatable to me than Freeren is because Freeren is so separated from the world. I know I'm just
Mhm.
absolutely getting flamed in the chat right now. That's okay. I'm just trying to get my full my full
No,
thing
just
kind of out there.
keep
But
talking. Keep talking.
that's really it. I mean, that's really it. That's the main reason that I think it's overrated. I just don't really see where it's going, and I don't see why it's important that it gets to where it needs to get to, you know, by the time we're done. So,
Mhm.
I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna take the mic for a second and talk
Go
down the
ahead.
mob. Um, like I see that and I can agree with that. Um, like for me personally, again, like what Charles has been saying, like there's sometimes like there's sometimes there's a need for a story that there is no like overarching like life or death situation. It's just, and that's the whole point of free run, I feel, is that it's like, and that's part of the title, is it's a journey. And for some people it can kind of, I don't know, maybe they can see like their own life in that journey where it's like, yeah, there's no like, a lot of us, like there's no like overarching life or death situation where um I, pff, I don't know. But there's all these little things that pop up along the way. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's life threatening. But we're all learning, we're all growing. And so I think that's what I love about Freeman is that, because again, I agree with you. Like there is no overarching like, if this doesn't happen, then it's over for humanity. But it's kind of nice to have that because then you can almost like you relate with the characters more of like, oh yeah, like life sucked or this thing happened to me, but I'm still continuing on this journey. Or maybe part of my journey is whatchamalong, like helping this person right now or traveling with this person for now. And then eventually maybe we'll part ways or just things like that. So I think that's what I love
Mhm.
about Freerin is that there is no like overarching this or that. It's kind of like, here's our adventures as we go through life kind of dealio. Um, which I don't know. I guess you could almost kind of say like with fairy tale in a sense as well. Is like,
Mm.
oh, it's these people that all come together in this guild and they take on different things. We're like, yeah, then there's kind of like, oh, we have to help this or it's the end. But it's like these different pop-up things as they like, you know, go through life and stuff like that. So now I will say I have issue with people hating on solo leveling and spazzing out about free run and being like, it should have been best anime, rah. And it's like, okay, but again, this anime isn't for everyone. Some people like more action and more like there's risk, there's like something needs to be done. Whereas free run, it's more like, yep, we're going along the way. And it's more cozy. So yeah, it did win a bunch of awards, but it didn't win Anime of the Year, and people lost their marbles. That's where I have an issue where it's like, okay, guess what? It's not the end of the world. Solo Leveling had action, it had plot, it had kind of like what you were saying. There's like this risk of like, okay, this needs to be done, this needs to be dealt with. Um, whereas Frieren didn't. It's more chill. It has lots of action and beautiful animations, but there's no like overarching this needs to happen or else. Which again, some people like and some people don't like. That's okay. That's okay, guys. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I think for me too, it's like you can have a lot of the cozy elements that Frieren has, and
Mm-hmm.
also have just put in some stakes to make it all feel like it all matters too. I think that's like none of the stuff that they do is wrong. It's just, or excuse me, none of the stuff that they do is bad. It just feels less powerful to me overall when
Mm-hmm.
there's no real reason that I should care. You
Yeah.
know, if there's like a forward momentum with that, then I care suddenly, and it's like, oh yeah, appreciate the little moments because you only have them for just a short period of time or something, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like okay, here's just an idea, and I know that this is not the point of Frieren. Okay, I'm just giving this as an idea. If Frieren at some point got cursed by some demon to have her lifespan shortened, and she then has to go and try to get the curse lifted so that she can get her lifespan back, that could suddenly maybe even interject a concept of saying, "Oh my gosh, now I suddenly feel very mortal. Oh, now suddenly I have to put things into perspective." And it might that could kick her out of this idea of like, "Oh man, I was taking everything so lightly before. Now I know, is this what you humans feel like? This is what it feels like all the time for you?"
Mm-hmm.
That you're just like, how do you not just like, or how are you not just anxious all the time? And then she could like learn from humans, which is her whole point, right? That was the whole thing, is she's supposed to be learning from Himmel and being like, oh yeah, when he said that, that makes sense. And oh yeah, I remember when he said
Mm-hmm.
that. Yeah, that makes sense, right? That would give it some form of like a more powerful feeling for her, but because she still doesn't ever know what that feels like, it's just like, oh, I guess I'll figure it out someday. I'll try to understand at some point and this and that. And it's just, I don't know. It's just like we're just
Mm-hmm.
kind of walking, and it's like if I wanted the monotony of life, I would keep living my own life. You know, it's like I want to have
Mm-hmm.
a story that has a little bit more forward momentum. But again, even like a story like, I'm just gonna say Breaking Bad again. Breaking Bad is very much like it creates a very complex story off of a very simple issue or concept, which is a guy gets cancer who's a expert chemist and decides, I'm going to try to use my chemistry to make a lot of money quickly for my family, and decides to get into drugs because of that. Okay, so it's like, but like the stakes there are not, it's not world ending. Like what happens if he doesn't do the drugs and he just decides to live out the rest of his life being a cancer patient? Well, nothing. I mean, that happens to a lot of people. A lot of people don't become drug dealers and drug manufacturers and stuff. They
Mm-hmm.
just get cancer and they die, right? But for him as a character, without spoiling anything, since I know Kat is still watching it and I know other people are still watching stuff, it's like he's in a place of saying, you know, like I want to be able to achieve more here. You know, I don't want that to just be the end for me. I want to be able to achieve something. So again, it's a personal goal that a lot of people can sympathize with and understand, to the degree, by the way, that there are some people out there that said Walter White was actually the good guy. That's crazy to me that people, but it's because he was so relatable to them. They could understand where he was coming from, even if he was a drug dealer. Okay. So I don't know. Like that's the stuff that I'm looking for. Like if there's not like an outward plot thing, like if there's not an outward conflict happening, um, an external conflict, that's the word I was looking for. If there's not an external conflict happening in the plot, I would like to see one in the internal conflict of the individual, like what's going on in their head, why it's important that I have to do this. Why do you have to do this? It's important to me to do this, and if I don't get it now, then it will never happen, or this or that, whatever, right? And I just don't see that in Freerun, so that's where I'm at. So
Yeah. I think I'll just wrap that up with Zari's comment. I think one reason I like Frieren is that it's a cozy anime that isn't about high schoolers hanging out or raising a child. It's a genre that I didn't know could be chill and cozy. Yeah, it's like a
mhm.
fantasy like slice of life, which again, I think that's why it's such a popular one, because a lot of us do like those slice of life animes, but it's always high school themed. And then as we get
Yeah.
older, it's like, well, it feels kind of weird, watching this, because I still love Lovely Complex and Kimi ni Tadoke. I still love those very much. And Our High School Host Club, because they're fun. But eventually, there's kind of like, oh, well, it'd be nice if, there was something kind of like this only for adults, you know? And not adult in like the sketchy way, but it's like adults where it's like, we're not, cheering for a bunch of high schoolers or something. So I
Yeah.
think that's why, I wonder if that's why it blew up, because it's that slice of life kind of feel, but
Mhm.
it's more like adults and it's fantasy, and yeah. So I think it's just more so the slice of life people kind of grabbed onto it and liked it. And then maybe not so much the slice of life people grabbed onto it like, oh, well, what, expecting action and kind of like what you're saying. So I think that's just kind of where, I don't know, things kind of got mixed up, or people, yeah.
Mm-mm-mm.
Anyway, so yeah, because again, slice of life
Yeah.
is not for everybody. Not everyone's a fan of slice of life, and that's okay.
Mhm. And that's the funny thing too, is because there's a ton of other slice of life that I really like and I'm really into. I just felt like a lot of those did have some form of mobility moving forward, or some
Mm.
amount of stakes going on, even if they were silly or simple. I just want to see if I can get this guy to like me, or we gotta compete in the battle of the bands to become the best band. It's like none of that's important, but it's important to them in that moment, and that's the thing. So.
Mm-hmm.
But that was my big one. Was I knew Freerun was gonna get me slow. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Also, I saw someone ask this earlier in chat. I'm sorry I didn't get to that yet. Yes, so far all of these have been either my or Hood's hot takes, or one that we just kind of both agree on.
yeah, we bounced back
Um,
and forth is what we did the whole time.
yeah. So, um, man, which one, Hood, Eenie or Meanie, do I go with next?
Do Miney.
I don't have, Miney is jumping into the not our hot takes one.
Oh wait, we still have more?
Yeah, I got, I don't know if you can read them, but I got these two here.
Oh, those are your two.
Yeah, these are my two. So,
Oh, okay. I thought we had equal. You said you had more.
well,
Do
I think
do Eenie.
okay. Because I was gonna say I think I had two
Oh wait,
more
I
than
c- I
you.
can.
Because, what's right?
I might be able to read it. Hold on. Which two?
These two, 11 and 12.
Uh.
I can type them in. Hold on a second.
Oh yeah. Do Eenie. I can read it. I had to like really squint.
It's like,
I had
don't
to I
break
had to
your
become the
eyes.
Winnie the Pooh me.
It's fine. Ah. Oh my gosh. Ooh, Schultzy, that's a good point. That's fair. That's fair. Violet Evergarden doesn't have extreme stakes. It does have character motivations, with the characters she runs into are the ones with all the stakes. And see, I think that's why I like Freerun, because I really like Violet Evergarden. So.
Okay, that's funny. I actually thought about this earlier when I was coming up with the Freerun thing, because
Uh-huh.
I think Violet Evergarden actually does the very thing that people like in Freerun, but correctly. Okay, because it
Hmm.
is slice of life, but there is still like mobility in terms of her, going and helping people with their problems. And along the way, she's trying to figure out what love means, and she's slowly figuring it out by seeing these other people who aren't emotionally dampened show what love means. And so she's starting to kind of figure it out. And then she applies it to when she was with the Major back in the war, right? And then it makes her be like, oh
Mm.
my gosh, I actually did. So it actually is important that she figures out what love is, because she's so emotionally dampened. You get what I'm saying? Like, do you see what I'm saying? There is still
No.
stakes there.
I feel like you're contradicting yourself now that you've said that. Sir, you
How?
do, because the whole point of her going, like, she's going to heaven to talk with Himmel. But as she goes on, kind of like whatchamadoodle, she's learning to appreciate life, because again, she's like, oh my gosh, he's gone. Like, I feel like I didn't appreciate my time with him and stuff. Like, what, like, I don't understand. Same with Violet. As she goes on, she learns about love. She learns about what it means to like have people in her life. Same with Freerun.
Mhm.
She learns about life. She learns about embracing people's morality and learning about people and appreciating having people, because again, like, she's an elf. She's like, I like maybe have seen two other elves in my life. Like, we just
Mhm.
don't search each other out and stuff like that. We just live our own lives. Whereas humans, they only have so much time and they spend a lot of time together or doing this or that and stuff. And so she's learning more. So they're both learning more and they both have
Mhm.
different adventures and stuff. Just one is more so
The
like, what is love? And everyone's like, yes, what is love? Whereas Freeman's like, what is like living? And everyone's like, huh.
Here's the
Well,
difference.
we're all humans, so
Here's
you know.
here's the difference though. If Frieren doesn't figure out how everyone else experiences living, it doesn't really change her very much, right? But if Violet can't figure out what love is, that completely will destroy her for the rest of her life because she'll be emotionally dampened. We're trying to like get her. She was this little kid in a war, completely emotionally dampened, lost her arms because of it, and she's learning how to like actually feel and be a person again. You get what I'm saying? Like to actually like that's what's at stake is can she actually like feel again? And the whole thing of that is surrounded by the concept of love, where I don't see that in Freer. I don't see what she actually has to lose if she doesn't get there. Where I do with Violet, I do see it's like, oh, come on, you're so close. You almost understand what love is. And then it'll be like, then she can reflect on those things and then grow and not be emotionally stunted the rest of her life. You get what I'm saying? Do you get how it's
But see,
different?
that's kind of Freerin to an extent. Like, she's just if she doesn't talk to Himmel, if she like just abandons the journey, she goes back to living in her own little like hobbit life where she doesn't like have any friends, she doesn't build any relationships, she just kind of lives out the rest of her life by herself and then someday will die.
I guess you could look at it that way, but she still had like a party. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, but she mostly just did it cuz like, oh well, you know, I'm passing the time. Like it's just 10 years. Cuz to her it's like that's like, oh yeah,
yeah.
I'm just you know, I'm going on this like I don't know, this bus tour of the East Coast or something. Like, oh yeah, it'll just be like 3 days. And then I'll go home
Mm.
and I'll go back to my
I
thing.
think I think the problem is how do you teach somebody to appreciate life when life isn't super mortal for them? You know what I'm saying? Like that's
But that's the
it
thing.
has a different element.
That's why she's spending time with them is cuz she doesn't get it. She wasn't raised by um well no, she was kind of raised by elves. But she doesn't get it. She's like, "Oh, well, I'll just do my own thing and whatever." Whereas spending time with humans, she learns more about, "Oh, yeah, like life is precious, life is special. Even though I'm an elf, like these people will be gone before I'm gone. So I want to cherish that time with them. I want to get to know them. I want to understand things better." Because yeah, again to her, she's like, "My life is so long that I can do whatever and I don't have to worry about it because I have all the time in the world, whereas humanity like doesn't. Humans don't because they only have so much time." So she's starting to understand like the value of life, the value of time and things like that. So as it continues on, like she realizes more and more like, oh, like even I keep thinking of the what was it? The time whatchamadiddle with Fern when she realizes like, oh, it's Fern's birthday. Oh, birthdays are important because they only have so many of them and then they're gone. Whereas me, it's like, "Pfft, I've been alive for 1,000 years. I don't care about birthdays." But to Fern, to my like pupil here, it's very important. And so this one day of the year, this one time that I just don't care about is very important to her. So I need to make a note of, oh, I need to make it special, even though it's like, whatever, it's another day in the year to her. But as she learns, as she gets to know her more, she's like, oh, well, this is important to them. Oh, because of time or because of life and things like that. So it's still a journey of her learning and growing, even though, like, yeah, with Violet, like she will begin to crumble and self-destruct. Whereas Freerin, she could just go off and live her own miserable life by herself and never fully understand humanity. So there is that
Maybe it's
difference there. But
maybe it's because like with Freerin, she didn't really seem miserable, and maybe it's because they haven't really
mhm.
gotten to that part yet.
Yeah.
Like she doesn't feel like she needs to learn this for some reason. She's kind of just doing it because she was told to, you know. Well, like go just stop and smell the roses. All right, I guess I'll do that, you know, like whatever. And
Well,
then like you said, oh, this seems kind of important to her, so you know, I'll kind of do that. And like she does like care, but it's only in the way that she kind of understands how. Like it just, I don't know. It
Mhm.
just, it feels like it's not important to her to figure it out. Like
Mhm.
you see this like small moment in the very first episode, I believe it was,
Mhm.
where she's crying over the concept of like, oh crap, like all this time maybe was like kind of wasted, but it just feels like it doesn't really ever expound upon that. I feel like if they would have kept, like if she wasn't so emotionally stunted, maybe that's also
Mhm.
kind of the thing too. If she was a little bit more,
Yes. See, that's the other
that would
thing.
probably help. Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's the other thing is like, yeah, she is emotionally stunted. And so in that first Joseph, it's okay. We'd be nice. We'd be nice. But
You
like,
didn't, you came in after I feel Joseph on it. You're coming in at the very end now.
but like, but that's kind of the thing is that that is what's driving her because in that moment like at the beginning like she's crying and she's like why didn't I appreciate the time I had with him? So then the whole rest of the series is her trying to better understand like okay, how do I appreciate these moments? How do I connect with people? How do I not fall into what I fell in before? Like even with her friends like dying off and stuff. And she's like she has to wrestle with that like the morality of humans and that pain that comes with it like I am going to keep going on. So for her it's almost like oh I just chose not to interact with humans because like my teacher like they're going to die eventually and then I'm going to be left all alone. So what's the point in interacting with people? Whereas now she's like, no, like I want to appreciate that time. I want to spend that time with people. And as she goes through it all, she meets other people of different races who also live longer and are talking about, like, you know what? I like, and this isn't really a spoiler because you don't know who it's going to be or when it's going to happen, but that guy who married a human woman and was like, she's
Mhm.
been gone for decades, but I still choose to do this thing because that was important to her. And I want to honor her memory. I want to hold to that love and that bond that I had with her. And I want to honor that memory because that's all I have now is her memories. And even then I'm starting to like forget what she sounded like or how she looked and stuff like that. And so it's just all these different things of, being reminded of like, yeah, the frailty of our morality, but also how we need to be cherishing the time and the relationships and the moments and stuff like that. So, which again, like, yeah, Freerin doesn't have to worry about that, but she chooses to invest in learning more and growing more in understanding that and building those relationships because back in the beginning, she cried over Himmel's death, realizing I screwed up. I thought I didn't even like think about the fact that humans are so frail, fragile creatures that come and go super fast compared to like elves that I didn't treasure it. I didn't take advantage of the time that I had. I just did my own thing because I don't know. I didn't want to get hurt or I didn't
You know,
care. I don't know. So,
I wonder if this is falling into the same, because I hear you. I do hear you, and I think that's like a compelling reason. Um, I wonder if this falls into, and I wonder if Joseph, if he's still listening, I wonder if he
I'm
would,
sure he's
because I
still
know,
listening.
yeah, because I know how he feels about like superheroes, right? I wonder
Mm.
if this falls into like the same kind of area for me as like where for other people, like they see a superhero and they're like, well, that's not really a good example of what it means to be a hero.
Mhm.
Because sure, it's really easy to be a hero when you have all superpowers and all this different stuff. It's a whole lot different when you're trying to be a hero and you don't have powers and you don't have abilities that are special. You just are
Mm.
you. So it's a lot more impactful to see just the average Joe gain the courage to run in front of a bullet for somebody, so to speak, versus somebody who's impervious to damage like Superman in that case, right? And
Mhm.
that's why Superman needs to have other elements that kind of humanize him, because without that people would have a harder time relating because they're like, well, but that's not my experience. And so I'm wondering if that's like where the disconnect happens with me a little bit in terms of like Freerin, specifically Freerin, because like Fern, I actually feel a little bit different.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
it's it's Freerin that I'm a little bit more disconnected from, because it's almost like sure she's trying to learn these elements, but like it's not as relatable because like you are gonna live you got like a lot of time. And
Mhm.
I get it, like some of these people you're meeting now, you're gonna, they're gonna come and go and so on and so forth. But like
Mhm.
it's separating her relatability same way that I feel like maybe a superhero's relatability gets separated from people who are trying to say, well, this is what it's like to be a hero. It's like, well, not really, because people don't get superpowers. Just like, well, this is what it's like to live a life. And it's like, well, not really, not when you have tens of thousands of years that you can live it. It's not the
Mhm.
same. I
Yeah,
wonder
no,
if
that's
that's
fair.
what's happening, maybe. But like, yeah, I don't know.
That
And
could
again, it
be.
wasn't just the one thing, it's a combination of it as well. Like, if it I think if it was maybe a little faster paced and did that,
Mhm.
then maybe it would be, but it's the slow pacing with where it feels like there's just not really any stakes involved other than like, sure, okay, I might be able to concede that there is the stake of if she can't ever learn how to appreciate life, she's going to live out the entirety of however many thousands of she had. Very
Mhm.
lonely, very hermited, very depressing, basically, and she won't even realize it. I think that's kind of part of the thing they're going for, right? Is she didn't even really realize what she was missing out on because
Mhm.
she treated everything so trivially or so analytically. She didn't put emotion into anything. So it's almost
Mhm.
like in a world where everyone is too emotional, she's actually almost too analytical. So
Mm.
I suppose you could make like that argument in that, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of a combination of all those things for me that I just want to see that the stakes are a little bit more like why do I really care that this is going to happen to you? Like make me feel what you're feeling, And I don't think
Mhm.
Fern ever made me feel that way about her.
That's
Um
fair.
because again, even Fern I feel like has more so, but still not to the degree that I would need it, but
Mhm.
she's a little bit more relatable, and I think it's just because she's a person. So she's like, "Oh, I have this magic. I'm naturally mana inclined or and so feels this need to live up to that or whatever you want to say. She wants to become this great mage
Mhm.
because of that. And so she's like, I'll try to learn from the best. And so maybe there's going to be an element there of, you don't have to live up to just because you have this special thing doesn't mean you have to, master that. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows what
Mhm.
but I'm just saying
Yeah. But that's
there's something
fair.
a little bit more there, I think, for me. But
Yeah, and that's okay. Again, that's okay. I personally think you would like solo leveling better because
mm-mm.
it it has the action, it has the stakes and stuff, but also it's a little bit also wrestling with like, he's wrestling with or the main character begins to wrestle with his humanity because he does start to become like more and more OP over time and then starts to like, like what's the point if I like, I can almost kind of like One Punch Man. It's like if I start gaining all this power, like what's the point? Like I can just one shot anybody. But yeah. Also, hi Frog. Thanks for the headbands.
Hey,
But
Frog.
I think you'd really like solo leveling. Kind of like that whole like what does it mean to be human and stuff like that. But also
Mm,
you know, fighting monsters and stuff like that.
right, right.
So yeah, I think you'd enjoy that.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, I'll
Yeah, I
give
don't
you
know. Maybe season 2 will help win me over, but
could
season 1
be.
I really did try. I really was trying to like I still stayed with it because I was like, "Oh, I like the characters," but I just kept saying that's the thing that kept going to my mind was like where are we going with this? Like what am I
Mhm.
like
Yeah.
what is supposed to be happening? Like yeah, there's a lot of cute moments and oh, like yeah, it was nice that she did that for her and stuff, but I'm like, what does it mean for me? Like what is
Mhm.
that supposed to be?
I
I
think
don't
it's
know. I
just
was just
it's
like, give me a reason to care?
I think it's just literally the epitome of life as a journey, and that's all.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
which
and maybe
yeah.
there's a part of me that I'm like, I feel like I'm just a little bit like I need something to give me a little bit of I I don't know how to word that properly, but it's like maybe that almost feels a little too feng shui for me or whatever? It's
Mm.
like
Yeah,
I
that's
want
fair.
life
That's
to have
fair.
meaning to it, right?
No,
I don't
that's
want it to
fair.
just be about like I think you do need to stop and smell the roses, but
Mhm.
but there's more to human beings' lives than just enjoying it. Like we have purpose, we have mobility and what we can do, and that can get squandered if you don't try to, I don't know, take risks and do different things or whatever, right? And so maybe that's why, maybe it's just the way that my mind works. That could be
Mhm.
very possible as well. So.
Yeah, and like you said, there's nothing wrong with that. I think Grace and Draka were also saying like, yeah, like it wasn't anything special to
Grace,
me.
yeah, I was gonna say Grace. I noticed was pretty much the only one I think that agreed with me. So
Yeah, I think
But-
Draka said he'd play it kind of in the background while he played games and stuff. So
right, so okay, so see, like, and that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, if it's something that you play in the background, that's not that tells you that it's like you're waiting for something to actually like catch you. So I think unless somebody is like in that state of mind where they're just like wanting things to slow down, maybe this is like the anime again that's better for people who feel like everything is so serious, so it's better to have stuff where it's like, oh man, it's nice to not be serious for once.
yeah, kind of
I
like
think maybe my
Fragrant
mind
Rose.
just isn't
Fragrant Flower, yeah.
that.
Yeah, and again, that's okay. That is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. That's hold on a second, where is it here? And not that one. This one. There we go. Got some head pads for you.
But see, even in Fragrant Flower though, like it's one of those things where it was important to both of the characters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
yeah, exactly.
that they achieved that relationship.
Yeah.
Even though I would say, like, again, in that one, no stakes and pretty much like at all for the most part. Like they're very, very, and that one is just kind of like, yeah, you just like it because it just makes you happy. So I'm like, okay, I guess that's what people would feel like with Freerun. But I don't know, it felt different there. And it was because it was shorter, like it wasn't as, it wasn't a 24 episode anime, it was 13.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why. I don't know. I don't know.
I will say with that one, there is more to come where there are risks and stuff. Because again, it's kind of like Romeo Juliet, like, oh, this school hates this school and that and stuff. So there's a little bit of risk in that. Like, what if they get found out? Wah. But it just, first season was all like, oh, it's wholesome. So maybe with Freerun, it's like, oh, it's wholesome. Who knows what's to come next? Which anyone excited for the next season to come out soon? I am. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, we can move on. We'll stop picking on you about this, but
yeah, that's fair. No, and like I said, like you, like the way you describe the life as a journey thing, the way that you're like saying that it applies to her, I think is more compelling than I originally looked at it. Like thinking back on the different moments when I was watching it, when you're saying that, I'm like, okay, no, I get it. Like I see what you're saying, but and maybe it's like that I just can't fully articulate how that's feeling, but like, I don't know. It does feel very different to me though than Violet Evergarden. And because technically in Violet Evergarden, through the main series, we believe Major is dead. Correct? That's the
yes, main series, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was gonna say, because like,
We
yeah.
don't talk
Anyway,
about the movie.
yeah. Yeah. Because that's like the thing that makes the movie feel like less special. But anyway, it's like, so yeah, it's not even like there's a ticking clock in that regard. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just because maybe Violet's journey just feels a little bit more more impactful because she is a human. She doesn't have very long to live. She's very young right now in the story, and so it's like you need to learn how to be able to express emotions and feel those things, because if you don't, then there does come a point where your life really is too far gone, where maybe with Freerun it's like, well, she still has like a bajillion years to figure it out. So even if she doesn't figure it out like in the time that we're watching the show, she could still figure it out later. It's not like there's like ticking.
Yeah.
Maybe that's again what it is for me.
Yeah, it could also be like, Violet's, I don't know, you almost sympathize more with her because she has trauma in her past. Whereas Freerun has some trauma, but it's not, I don't know.
It's a little different.
It's different. Yeah, exactly. It's a little different. So people, I don't know.
It's more like self-imposed because it was like, oh dang, I didn't take things seriously more so.
Not even just that, but also like childhood trauma and stuff. So
did she? Am I Oh, you're right. Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, I did forget about that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so then it's like the frailty of life and stuff like that is, rather than, it's almost like she dived the other way. So rather than, cherish the moments and appreciate the people that you have while you have them, She went the opposite way of like, well, I just won't, I won't spend time with anyone. I won't take time for this and that. I'll just live my own life by myself and do my own thing so that I don't lose it. Well, just, yeah. So. Yeah.
Zari says, well, Frieren has all the time the other people in her life don't. What if what happened to Himmel happens to Fern? I do believe that Frieren would regret it. Frieren's life isn't the clock, it's the lives of the people around her. Here's the other thing that just came to my mind when I was reading that you were saying that. So it feels almost like her whole arc happened in that first episode, I think maybe to me too, because she did realize, oh man, I wasted time. Why didn't I take this more seriously, because you have a lot shorter of a life than I do. So what else does she have to learn? She learned it there, didn't she? Now she's going through life experiencing and trying to have a good time, but like she's not learning anything. It's not like she has to figure it out. Violet had to figure it out. There was always the question of, is she ever going to understand what love is? Where I feel like with Frieren, we right at the beginning, she's like, oh man, I realized I blew it up until this point. I do need to take life more seriously, even though I will live a lot longer. I want to cherish the people that are immediately in my life. It seems like she understood that in episode 1, so how come this is still something?
Well, she's learning to navigate it. Like, it's kind of like, what is it? When like when people get married young, you're just starting out in life, you're just starting to make habits and build hobbies and stuff like that. Whereas people who get married later in life sometimes have a harder time because habits have been set. It's been like how many years that they've done this or done that and stuff. Whereas for Freeman, it's been like 1,000 years. So to try and change your mindset, change your default habits and stuff like that, it's hard. So for her, she's like, okay, I now realize I need to, be more tentative and focused and present and aware of how people feel and stuff like that. She's still learning. Like with the whole, I don't know, when Fern and Stark get into fights, she grabs Priest Guy and is like, here, you deal with this. I have no idea what to do. Whereas now Priest Guy's not there anymore. So she's like, okay, now I got to figure out how to deal with this. Oh gosh. It doesn't just all come naturally once you're like, oh yeah, I need to stop doing this or whatever. It's like, okay, now I gotta, figure that out and work that out and stuff. And so it takes time.
I guess to me, that would be the same thing as saying if in episode 1, Violet figured out what love was and then just had to learn how to like I guess, I don't know, express it or whatever through the rest of the thing. But like now the question has already been answered. Now it's just like her we're just trying to see, like, watch her, like, actually expound upon that or actually like show that to other people. But there's no like thematic dramatic question going on of like, will she learn what love is, just like in the case of like Freerun, where it's like, will she understand that life is important? She does understand life is important now, and she does have all this stuff. So now it's just we just have to watch her try to like live that out and live in that. Maybe that's why it feels like it's like the steps are in reverse, and that feels awkward to me. I don't know, because it would probably feel the same way to me if Violet figured out what love is in the first episode and understood it, and then it was like, oh, and now we get to watch her try to, in her own way, try to show love to people because she's still emotionally stunted and she's trying to figure out how to do that and whatever. I think for me, I'd be like, oh, but she already gets it. She's just now trying to figure out how to do that for herself, and I don't know. That feels a little lacking to me, I guess.
It's almost like sorry, we're just gonna keep beating this dead horse, but I really am enjoying this conversation. If you want to move on, we can move on though. So
no, I'm good. I was gonna end and comment up, and then it just made me think, oh no, I didn't think about that element.
Well, like, with Freerun and Violet, like they're very similar but very different. Whereas like, because if you ask anybody in the world, like, what is love, you're gonna get different answers and stuff like that. And so she's trying to figure out like, what is the answer to this question, because everyone has a different definition, but what is it to me? And also, how do I go about showing it and stuff? Whereas Freerun is like, okay, I have this head knowledge now. Now, how do I act on that? Whereas Violet is trying to like figure out like how she's learning about things. Because someone could have walked up and be like, oh, love is this. And she's like, okay, but what does that mean? Like, I don't know what that means. So she's trying to figure out the meaning of that, whereas Free Run's trying to take this, what she knows should be true or how she should be and stuff, and actually applying that to her life.
Yeah. Yeah. I think again, it's just the dramatic question of the series in that regard in my mind gets it's already been told to you at the beginning, where with Violet, it's still it carries all the way to the end. Does she ever actually figure it out by the experiences that she has? Because people will kind of tell her, they'll kind of be like, well, love is like this, love is like that, and you know, you do this when you love somebody, you do that, and she's like, okay, well, that's kind of like when me and Major did this, and that's kind of like this and that. And then there comes that moment of epiphany for her where she's like, I get it now. Where again, it's like, so then Freeren's is just kind of in reverse, where it's like, I guess at the end of her story, we're gonna get to a place where she's like, I really understand how to enjoy life now, or something. I don't know. And it just it feels backwards to me.
Yeah, well, that's fair. That's fair.
I think I've managed to have Joseph want to kill me again. He's relating this. He says, where did he say that? This is the green bean casserole situation all over again. So that's good. That's good. Glad I could bring that trauma back up again for you.
Oh my gosh. I don't think we're ever going to live down the green bean casserole one.
Yeah, no, that's never going away.
Okay. Well, let's do, because I know we both resonate with this one. So I'll do.
Yeah.
I'll do this one. Is 12 good?
No, we already beat the dead horse. I mean, there's nothing really else to say. Probably it's like I said. The one thing I'll say is that, you know, maybe when around, maybe it'll feel a bit different. Maybe it's just that first season just felt the way it did, you know.
Yeah.
Because again, I do like the characters. I like the characters. It's not like I'm saying this is a bad anime.
Yeah.
I just think it's like the amount of hype that it gets. I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get it, you know. So that's all. That's my take. Not my take. My take is not this is a bad anime.
It's kind of
so
overrated.
For anyone who's rioting, yeah.
Yeah, we got the it's kind of overrated. I just clickbaity. I just capitalized this here. You know, people are like, what? And it's like, no, it's kind.
And for anyone that doesn't know, I believe that was exactly to her. Is Freeran is kind of overrated. I didn't say it is fully overrated. It's just it's like there's certain elements to me that I'm like, you know, and Grace kind of said very succinctly how I felt, which is just kind of like, yeah, it's like just the stakes aren't there, you know. It's just I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah.
I can't wait until later on when I'm in a random collab with Joseph and I've completely forgotten about this, that I just enter the chat and I'm like, all right, guys, you ready to collab? And he'll be like, all right, so here's what you don't get. Here's what you don't understand. Here's how your infantile brain can't seem to understand.
It's going to be for his birthday tomorrow, guys. Did you guys know tomorrow's Joseph's birthday?
Yeah, will too. Joseph, I'll let you roast me on my birthday, or on your birthday. It's all right.
Yeah. So here's where you're wrong. What do you mean, shush? You're not exempt from birthday stuff. How dare? How dare?
Happy birthday, Joseph. Happy birthday.
Oh man.
Goodness.
All right. Well, now it's
but seriously, like,
oh, go ahead.
As right before you go into that, I just want to say I am curious to hear your explanation, Joseph, because I feel like you and I also think similarly in different ways. Maybe there's just a way. Maybe I'm just not looking at it correctly. I am very much willing to try and understand. It's just I'm not getting it. So I could just be looking at it from one particular lens, and that.
Maybe you can convince him, Joseph. Apparently, I'm not smart enough to explain, so we're gonna move on.
Maybe I'm Freeran. Maybe I'm actually Freeran. Maybe I don't know how to stop and enjoy life. Maybe that's the problem.
Like, I don't get it.
Maybe Freeran is, yeah. Maybe Freeran's perfect for me.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry. I kept stalling. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Just needs an intervention. No, he's fine. He's fine, guys. It's fine.
I just need to take a very long journey and make friends along the way, apparently.
He's just very much
Stop and smell the roses.
He's very much here for the boys and all that.
Boys.
So All right. So this will be my crash out time. I mean, I guess we already crashed out earlier, but the love triangle in Inuyasha makes it trash. And this is me
Speaking
saying,
of the love triangle earlier.
oh my gosh, that's why I had it lined up. I was like, oh, perfect. We can talk about love triangle. Now, here's the thing. Also, hey, Knight, how's it going? Also, daily check-in, chat on scale of 1 to 10, 1 being absolute trash, 10 being absolute amazing. How are you feeling? I want to know. But yeah, Inuyasha, it just, okay, there's love triangles where it's like so-and-so like so-and-so, but so-and-so like so-and-so, and it goes around a loop or something almost like that. Whereas this kind of love triangle is toxic as heck. And I should know. I've been in it before. Not the one be like, ooh, I can't decide which one, but the one on the receiving end of that. So, gentlemen and ladies, if you like two people and you can't make a decision, do not pursue either one. Don't do that. I actually loathe when people do that. Like, that is the most selfish thing you could ever do. Sorry, I'm actually mad right now. So I'm gonna pull it back a little bit. But
loathe entirely.
Yeah, loathe entirely. Like almost borderline hate when people do that. Don't freaking do that. That's so selfish and so immature. Which is what Inuyasha is. He has these two girls who like him, one from the past, one from the present, and it's all like, oh, well, I can't decide. Oh no. And then he chooses the girl who's basically dead, who's just like this spirit now, and turns to Kagome and's like, sorry, sucker, I choose the dead girl. So Kagome goes off, like, sad as heck, which is like, yeah, you got, like, he chose a dead girl over you, girl, yeah. You're gonna be having self-esteem issues for years. And then she ends up, like, coming back being like, because again, she's dead, so she's like, oh, well, come to the afterlife with me. And it's like, and Kagome's like, heck no, like, he's still alive. Like, he's gotta stay alive. And so she comes back, she ends up saving him, and then what is it? The woman's like, oh, is this your decision? He's like, oh, well, and then of course, like, Kagome's like, nah, bro, you suck. You picked her over me. No, you're not coming home with me. And she leaves. And then he has this discussion with these two other males, and one's like, oh yeah, I should go with Kagome. The other's like, oh no, the other one's a babe, you should go with her. And then he's like, well, can't I have both? It's like, no, you freaking can't. And if you're immature enough to not be able to make a decision, you don't be in a relationship at all. Don't pursue a relationship at all. Just leave it alone. You have more growing to do, more learning to do, and it is not fair to the other women to be dragged into that. Don't do that. Yeah, Inuyasha is Garbo. I will say, there's like a couple characters from that series that I like, but I'm just not a fan of a lot of people in that series. Like, there's this one guy who's like, yeah, he's a little whatchamadoodle, a little bit toxic in his masculinity, but I know for a fact from day one, I'm like, okay, he'd treat her better than Inuyasha would. And he's like, no, I like you for you. Whereas Inuyasha's like, oh, well, this girl this and that girl that, I can't decide. It's like, no, get off your high horse. I can't stand people like that. I honestly, sorry, this has become less of like an anime hot take and more of like, here's something that a cat cannot stand at all. And it's like, no, don't do that. Don't be that stupid. If you honestly can't decide between two people, like, then you just need to walk away. You need to walk away and leave it alone. Don't even bother. Because it's just gonna be more of a mess than anything. And the person that you do pick, if they know that they're kind of in like competition with another person, like, yeah, they'll be happy about it for a little bit, but then they're gonna be like, oh, but why didn't they pick me over that person like earlier, sooner? And then you got all these doubts and questioning things and stuff. It's like, gah. And then you watch a hot take when I'm currently watching it. Hi, Larium. Yeah, nope, can't stand it. Can't stand it. I love Inuyasha's brother. He's an absolutely based being who, again, is learning about people. But just, yeah, exactly. Then neither one is right, probably. Or if you're like, oh, I have the issue, I can't choose. Like, you are the issue. You are the problem. Just walk away. Leave it alone. Walk away. Anyway, that's my rant.
Perfect.
So I don't think we'll have time to go into the other ones, but we have one last one that I think Hood and I both kind of agree on. I put it down, but I think we both
Yes, we absolutely both agree on that one.
All right, well let's end on that one. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. So both of
It
us
shouldn't even be a hot take.
well, again, I say hot take because I've seen a lot of people trashing on this character. So, from My Hero Academia, Endeavor is an impactful character. I think his story arc is fan freaking tastic. Which people be like, oh, but he like beat his wife and argued the kids and this and that. It's like, yeah, it does. Like the writer does not hold back. He is a trash human being. However, he recognizes that he has been a trash human being and spends the whole rest of the series trying to atone for it. Not the sense of like groveling at people's feet, but like, I accept the consequences of my action. He doesn't take on the victim mentality. He's like, nope, I am the problem. My family were the victims. I want to better myself. I want to atone for what I've done. And I already know all the spoilers and I'll try not to go into spoilers and stuff. But yeah, it doesn't end up well for him with a lot of people. Like some people choose to cut him out. Some people never talk to him again. Some people give him a second chance. That's life. When you do things that hurt people, whether intentional or unintentional, like there's consequences. Some people will forgive you and give you a second chance. Some people will cut you out of their life completely. And that's okay. That's life. That's their choice, which I think they did. Like they showed that so well with Endeavor.
Yeah. Yep. He has such a, like, even in his own character, he has such a particular turn of like, I know I don't deserve it. I get it if you don't want to, if you don't receive it or whatever. I'm just telling you where I'm at now. That's basically where his whole character goes. Like that's the proper way to apologize. Like he actually exudes that, he's like I'm sorry. I hope you can forgive me, but I get it if you don't, basically. Like
Mhm.
and he's like, and now I'm just trying to live in accordance with how I am now. I'm just trying to like I can't take back what I did, but this is where I'm at now and I'm going to try to live in that. And I feel like they show where he really does actually suffer to try and live in that. Like
Mhm.
emotionally he suffers, but even physically, like as a hero, he suffers.
Mhm.
And it's like he's kind of in that way because of the physical suffering he goes through. He's kind of making a certain amount of like what's that word? I always say the wrong word, but penitence or penitence. I can't ever say that word properly. For what he had done in the past, it's like
Mhm.
that's kind of his Saul turning to Paul moment of see how much he must suffer for my name, so to speak,
Mhm.
right? It's like and yet it's like he has this whole big thing where he falls apart and he's like I'm sorry. I like he can't really say much more than that because he can't fix nothing. So I feel like he actively tries to put an effort to try and show like I am different now and I'm going to try to
Mhm.
be, this way now. Um and I don't expect you to be okay with that. And that's the cool thing is they show that not the whole family doesn't entirely agree on on how they feel about him. That's kind
Mhm.
of it's a little bit of a mixed match, kind of
Yeah.
back and forth, kind of like I don't really know. Um, and that just feels real. That feels like how that would be if you did something of the nature that he did it. And so it makes him such a not just relatable but likable character because of that too, where he goes
Mhm.
from being this like loathsome, like like you just can't stand to see him on screen because he's just such a jerk
Mhm.
to being somebody that you actually want to root for and you're like, man, yeah, this is great that he's actually like getting to this place that we didn't even think he was capable of getting to.
Mhm.
um yeah, I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And I love that doc. As someone who has spent time in my young adult being or in my young adult being the villain of multiple people's lives but sought forgiveness and change later, Endeavor is a needed character. Bad people can become good. It takes pain, but they can find penance and repentance.
Yeah, penance.
Freaking
That's a good-
men.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the term a needed character as well.
Yes.
Specifically.
Yep. I should almost change like impactful to needed because it's so true.
Yeah.
Like, people need to see that, hey, guess what? Even if you're a trash, even if you were a trash human being, you can change. You can, in fact, change and better yourself. And yes, there'll be consequences, like hurtful, painful ones, but there also can be good consequences of, hey, guess what? Now, like, maybe this person forgives you and now your bond is even stronger than before. Or you can move on and help people do things that are better. Like, you can change. Like, this whole victim mentality mindset is so damaging because not only does it excuse people of their actions or their words or whatever, but it keeps them from, wanting to change or choosing to change and better themselves. It's like, no, I'm the victim. I'm the victim. Like, it's not on me. It's not my fault. But then also they have no desire to change because, like, oh, well, it's not my fault, so I don't have to do anything about it. It's like, no, you have to. If it's you, only you can do it. No one else can do it for you. And it's like, oh man. So just such an important character.
Yep, and I really like the way that he handled the writer handled that whole scenario with that specific element of that group's journey. Todoroki and his dad's kind of journey. I think it was just
Yeah.
that's one of the most impactful things of the entire
Yes.
series in general. And the story's not even about him. It's about Deku. But I would argue that that's far more compelling than a lot of the other stuff. Like, I love Deku, and I think a lot of his stuff, is compelling, but it's not as relatable and as real in telling as the Endeavor situation, I think, is personally.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. Like, and like what Zari says, I also love how Endeavor's repentance wasn't immediately and fully accepted by everyone because that is very realistic. Some people will forgive you immediately, some won't ever forgive you. Despite that, Endeavor resolved to change anyways because he knew it was right.
Yeah. See, and I'm a believer that, like, God can, when you ask him and you reach out to him and you say, forgive me of my sins, and all that goes along with that. I am a big believer, because there's some people that don't believe. I believe that there are situations where God absolutely can take away the consequences and will take that away from different people. It's just, if it doesn't happen, you shouldn't expect it to be that way. Like, because that's where I think really the mindset of forgiveness doesn't mean that there's no consequences really comes from. Is, I think there's a lot of people that expect, well, once I'm forgiven, then, like, everything should go back to the way that it was now because I said I'm sorry. But I'm sorry does not fix, like, oftentimes, especially physical consequences that have happened due to that, right? Only God can change those things now. So, that's why I think Endeavor's apology, his whole demeanor is so good, is because he's like, he doesn't expect that from them. Like, I get it if you still hate me, basically, is what he's saying in the subtext. I get it. Like, totally understand. But I just hope you know that I really mean it when I really am trying to change. I really am sorry. And I can't do anything to make you feel better about that. That's an authentic apology. That's like, because he can't do anything more than that. He can just try and do better from there. And, like, now I'm going to try to be the hero that you wanted me to be when you were little, basically. I'm going to try to be that hero. I'm going to try to be, the dad that you didn't get to have. And if I remember correctly, I think he even starts to see All Might differently, because All Might was like this big rival, and I gotta beat him. And then he started, instead of wanting to beat him, now it's like, now I want to become him. Now I get it. I
Mm-hmm.
want to be like, I want to become that symbol of peace, not just for other people, but for my own family, you know? Because I
Mm-hmm.
haven't been a symbol of peace for them their whole lives, you know?
Yep.
It's really
Yep.
poetic. I really, really
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Man, if anything, I want to keep watching just for that storyline. Because I got to the point where he gets to a point where he's like, yeah, I've been a terrible father, husband, mentor, all this. I want to do better. I'm so sorry. I want to do better. And I'm like, I want to go
yeah.
back and watch it just for that. Because it's just, oh, and even, yeah, like, I can't remember
Yep,
if you pointed
Bakugo's
out.
growth.
Yes, and Bakugo's growth too. My gosh. Because, yeah, like at the start, like you hate Endeavor, you hate Bakugo. And then as it goes on, it's like, oh yeah, they're people too. And they also can
And you
change.
kind of, when you kind of see like why Bakugo is the way that he and and it's funny because even when he quote unquote changes, his personality doesn't change.
Mm-hmm.
It's the way he reacts and responds to people starts to change. Like
Mm-hmm.
he's
Yep.
still himself. You can tell he still has pride. He can't get away from some of those elements, but he is still like again, like I love in the second season with the tournament arc, like the respect that he gains for Uraraka after battling her. I love that.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
That showed a big place of growth for him because he's like, oh man, I really looked down on you and you were wrong. And so
Mm-hmm.
in a way, he kind of lost that battle in terms of like the inner conflict that he was going through because
Mm-hmm.
he thought, you know, oh, I'm gonna easily trounce you. And he's like, man, I almost got taken out there if I like if her abilities would have been any stronger. She had to like go out of her way to figure out how to win this, you know, battle where I can just run up to somebody and blast them in the face. You know, I think it was
Mm-hmm.
like kind of showing all of those things. He's like, no, you know what? I have a lot of respect for her now. And that was showing even some growth back then for him, you know, that maturity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bakugo is great. I love Bakugo. I
Yeah.
would love to do his voice more often if it wasn't Shredder. So
Uh, well, the guy who did Bakugo, he talked about how like there's okay, and we won't do spoilers, but there's a scene where he like voicing Bakugo, he destroyed his throat. He like cuz he was like yelling so much, he like got a pain in his eye, had a headache for like multiple days because he was that committed to doing that good of a job for the voice and for that scene, which I'm like, dang, good for you, my guy. Holy smokes.
yeah,
So it's
yeah,
hard. His voice is hard on anyone trying to do his voice. It's just woof.
yeah.
So
No, totally base take. I don't see
mhm.
anything wrong with this. I think you would have to like. I feel like the only people who don't like Endeavor's story are people who just straight up cannot in real life forgive people that they
Yeah.
believe Endeavor is in their life. You know,
Mhm. Yeah.
that's really where that would come from.
Well, I
So
think that comes from a place of, oh, if I forgive them, that means that what they did to me is okay,
was okay. Yeah,
or they get a
yeah.
free pass now. It's like, no, no. It's like, yeah, like awful people will take it as a free pass, but that frees you of any bitterness and resentment that could eat you alive. You walk away, you don't have to deal with that anymore. They will choose to keep doing what they're doing or to change. That's not on you, that's on them. And they will have to live with their actions and the consequences of their actions. So, as painful as it can be to forgive and to let go, it is for you. It's not for them, it's for you. So, do it for you.
Mhm.
Anyway, sorry, I digress. Little trauma oozing out here. Doc says God takes away consequences that would hinder his child's growth once they seek repentance. He leaves the consequences that helps them grow. Story of my Christian life. Ooh.
Mm.
Yeah. It is also just a very Christian take to find value in watching the story of repentance. That's true. That too. Animation, how's it going?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like even again, like like Endeavor's son, like just watching his journey through it too, because like he has every reason under the sun to hate his dad. And you watch him journey through, like sorting through his hate and his hurt and stuff like that, and healing through that as well. So I think that's also really cool and really encouraging.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all we got, guys.
Yep, those are our anime hot takes.
Even with beating the free run horse for how long we did, we still we did we're at the 4-hour mark. Woo. Yep. Also, this is why I hate the cartoony half-baked redemption arc of the villain just being like, I'm a good guy now because a worse villain showed up. Changing the heart takes more than that. That's fair. That's fair. I just like how, because there's so many characters in My Hero, like you get to see all these different ways of people either turning from the villain to, well, I say quote unquote villain because it's not like it could be heroes that are actually awful people like Endeavor. But you see villains go to heroes, heroes go to villains, people wrestling with, being hurt or wrestling with hurting people and dealing with just whatever life has been throwing at them. Like it's a roller coaster ride. So
Yep.
yeah. But anyway, this is good, guys. This is good. I'm excited to later down the road, probably in the new year. I'll give you guys a chance to share your anime hot takes and stuff. So, and then we'll give our thoughts and opinions on. No, just kidding. We'll just go through them and it'll be fun.
Yeah. Can't wait to absolutely roast you in the new year.
Wait, chat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When they give their hot takes.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, I got you. It's like Hood's like, yes, now it's my turn to kick you guys.
My turn. This is for a free run.
Oh my gosh. Ah, good stuff. All right. Well, let's see who is live. I thought Charles would be live, so I was gonna raid him because I knew he would carry on the anime conversations.
Let's see. We have Dia. We have Sully again. We have
Squixie. We have.
Oh, we do have Squixie. Oh, she's doing Yap Yap.
Yeah. I think you kind of sold her on it. This is the second or third time I've seen her playing it.
Really? Oh well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. That game has such good bones, dude. I hope that they really expound upon that. It is very, very fun.
Ooh. You know who I don't think we haven't rated before? We haven't
Who?
rated Redfire Trevor, who's currently doing his end of year uncapped subathon.
Oh, okay. I don't know who that is.
Oh, well, if you don't know who that is, then we can I'll let you pick. I'll let you pick.
No, you can go there. There's a lot of people you've sent me to that I had no idea, and then
That's fair. Trevor's one of the people that I actually got to meet at ReachCon, so we could see. It looks like they're playing Fall Guys right now. My gosh, every time I tune in to see like, oh, I wonder how much longer he has left. It's like 1 hour, and now it's like almost 5 hours still. I'm like, dang, I don't know how he does it. It's day 7. Day freaking 7. And he actually like carries on. Like he's at like almost 36 hours. Whereas like, I can't do that. I'm an old lady. I can't do that. Oh, yes. We're going to go raid Trevor then. And
Perfect.
yeah, any exciting stuff coming up in the near future, Hood?
So like I said, still doing Garten of Bon Bon. I'm gonna try to get another episode of I Want to Be a Game tomorrow.
Ooh.
That's kind of the two I'm probably gonna be juggling between for right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then it'll just be any shorts that come out in between. Any other collabs will probably just turn into shorts unless I usually like to make a video out of a game I've never played before, at least for the first one, and then if I felt like, well, that's not really making multiple episodes out of, then I just will turn any other collabs I do in that or whatever shorts, because those are way quicker and easier to do. So
Okay, yeah.
so that's what we're looking at right now. I released that episode of Garten of Bonbon yesterday for anyone that actually cares about that. You can literally just go there to see me suffer, and I feel bad because there's different people that were super excited. They wanted me to do a movie, the Poppy
Oh.
Playtime, and I'm like, guys, I don't think I can do it, dude. I don't think my brain could. That game is so rudimentary and so nothing and so boring, and
Aw.
it's like literally I'm in it just for like you're in too deep, you know? You have to see where it goes now. But
Mhm.
like, dude, I cannot play that again just to and try to voice act it and stuff. There's no way. It's just not. It doesn't have the same vibe that Poppy Playtime. Poppy Playtime has a lot of production value,
Mhm.
and it's got, you know, the linearness helps with doing the voice acting and stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's so that's the one thing I'm like, I'm sorry guys. I told you I was gonna try to do that, and I'm like, I don't feel like I can do it. It's gonna kill me. So,
And
you
that's
know,
okay.
that's where we're at. So,
There'll be something
but
else you
yeah.
can do.
And for anyone that didn't know, the I want to be a game dev, I'm doing that with Kat. Kat's been lending her wonderful, talented voice to the ensemble of the many female characters. It's like a ratio of like 80% to 20% in terms of female and male characters, respectively.
Oh man, if we got one more female character, I was like, okay, it's gonna be Granny or it's gonna be Toad. I'm running out of voices to give these people. Oh, but it's been a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying it. I'm like trying not to be like, hey, Hood, are we gonna do more recording? Hey, are we gonna play more? Are we gonna play more? So
Little Yorkshire Terrier at my heels, just being like, come on. Oh, see, look at that. She's got that down and everything. Someone clip that. Clip the barking.
No!
Clip the barking.
No!
Clip it.
Oh.
Clip it.
Oh my gosh. Also, why are you shouting me out on my own channel, DJ? What the heck?
Yeah, everyone, make sure to follow Catherine Naomi, in case you haven't already.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness gracious.
We know how to
And
have
guys,
fun
if
here.
you didn't know, did you know that you give every single earthly possession you have can be sold so that you can give money to Kat?
No,
That way she can get herself
no.
a new computer, and keep giving you this amazing original content that you have come to love and enjoy. You can give her stuff on her Throne wish list or her Amazon wish list for Christmas, perhaps. You could give to her through Ko-fi or Coffee. I don't know, however you want to say it.
Tomato
And
potato.
for those of you that don't know, if you get any coffee or tea at the Dragon's Treasure Tea, you can get 10% off your entire order when you use the code Catherine_Naomi at checkout. And you can
Oh
also
my
give the cat
gosh.
through subbies and gifted subbies and biddies, and yeah, I think those are all like the many different ways. But yeah, go give everything to Cat right now. Sell
This-
your house for Cat.
No.
Live in a cardboard box for Cat.
No.
Let's go.
No. I'd much rather live in a cardboard box than knowing that I made someone or someone ended up living in a cardboard box because of me. Just saying.
Hashtag become Squidward, living out of a cardboard box. Spare change, ma'am. And then even that change will go to Cat as well.
Oh my gosh.
Become an indentured servant for Cat. I like that one.
No!
I like that one.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
Sell your lives for 7 years to Cat, and then she will release you once your debt is paid.
What debt? You didn't make us. We picked the cardboard box ourselves. You goobers. But yes, thank you. Thank you for that. I will say for this month, there are incentives if people do wish to give. Only if you wish. Okay, if you wish to, and if you have the means to. Those are my 2 requirements. But we're currently doing December-a-thon. We're almost actually to 200 points. We're like 7 points away. And there are more milestones to unlock once we hit 200. Every sub, every 500 bits, $5 donation, $5 going towards merch or gifts on my throne wish list, all count as points. So, but yeah, only if you wish to. We also, for every point or whatever, you get to add a Christmas ball to the tree, which I've now changed. You get to add something. You can choose a Christmas ball, or you can choose something else, which apparently I need to put Hood on here. Hold on a second. I forgot about that. Where's Hood? I gotta add Hood.
Put me on the tree.
I'm gonna put you on a tree.
This Christmas feels like the very first Christmas.
Dowgie! Oh my gosh.
Yay.
Oh, sorry, we're at 9. We're 3 points away. My bad. I can't count, guys. Did I mention that? Actually, hold on a second. I think I'm in the wrong spot. Let's see. Oh, I guess I can be sharing my screen so you guys can watch me put Hood on the tree. I think I put you in guests. Yeah, there we go.
Yippee.
Where is he?
Yippee.
Oh, actually, do you want your gremlin or do you want your head or do you want your whole body?
I'll let chat decide. They wanted me up there.
Oh, yeah, that's right. DJ, you did it. Can Kayla Bald go on the tree? I don't know if I have Kayla Bald. I'll have to ask her about that. I do have Kayla, though.
Bald.
I have Kayla, though.
Bald.
Do you want Kayla on the tree? I can put Kayla on the tree. Oh, man.
Kayla's far more worthy to go on the tree.
Well, no. Doki gifted a sub, but Doki gets to choose something, whereas DJ gave a sub earlier and requested you, so.
Ah.
So DJ, what?
Kayla
What-
Bald, yeah.
So DJ, which version of Hood do we want on the tree? Where's my Saja boys?
Soja boys.
Wait, who was it that said Hood then? Somebody,
I
was it
don't know.
not DJ? Somebody
Maybe he
said
dreamt it. Maybe it was
Hood.
the Mandela effect.
Hold on a second. I need
He
to go
said
look
Soja
now.
boys, he says.
Well, who said Hood? He said Saja boys. Somebody said Hood.
Maybe they didn't. Maybe they just said it and they didn't actually donate.
Well, Doki's picking your head.
Okay.
And then you actually wanted the Saja boys? Gosh. I have them in here somewhere too. Yeah, oh no, not that one. Where's
She will never escape the Saja boys.
I'm upset. There's your Saja boys.
My
Freaking
little
punks.
Saja boys.
No, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. They go there, and then the chancla goes there. There. Perfect. Love it. It's on there. Oh, right. They didn't. Yeah, they were just talking about it. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, yeah. And then Aki was talking about Saja Boys and DJ. That's what it was. All right. Well, there you go. There's your tree so far. With space for 3 more things. And then, yep. You're going to send them to Jesus. I will send them to Jesus. But all right, let's see here. Yeah, let's go raid Trevor. Everyone say hi. Be nice. Smother him
Apparently,
with
I do
love.
follow him. You must have rated him at one point because he is in my
Maybe
followed channels list. So
maybe I did. Normal Kayla also works.
don't remember.
Perfect. Sounds good. Alrighty. Well, it must have been a hot minute because I can't remember the last time. I think we definitely did raid him, but I cannot remember when we did. I think he was playing Fortnite or something. Maybe. I can't remember. Anyway. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle in. Hold on to your hats. Copy your raid message. And let's go say hi and cheer him on with his subathon. And I think that's it. That's all.
And remember, don't tell him what we talked about here today, or else he's going to tell the church.
If the men find out we can shapeshift, they're going to tear the church. If the people find out we're all a bunch of weebs, they're going to tell the church. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in to Morning Monologues. Be sure to go follow Hood over on the YouTubes. If you haven't already, follow me here on the Twitch. And also on the YouTubes, I guess. That's where I put the VODs. I'll be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. MST, with Mr. Ginger for another day of 12 Days of Christmas collabs. And then later in the evening, we'll be over on Joseph's channel for his birthday. So,
Yippee.
I'll see you guys then. Hope you have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, wherever the heck you are. And as always, remember you're awesome and you are so, so very loved. Mwah. And we'll see you. Thea, no! Hold on a second. Pause, guys, pause. Hi, Thea. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? What were you streaming? Come on in. The hot takes are, well, back in the oven. But how are you? What were you streaming? We're just about to go raid someone else, so we're gonna pass on the raid train because I gotta go eat some foods. Hold your horses. But it's all good. It's all good. Hope you guys had a wonderful time. We're gonna go raid Trevor. He's doing an uncapped subathon to end the year. Let me type again because I can spell. Hey girl, hey! Yeah, sorry, we're gonna pass you guys off to Trevor. We're gonna try this again.
Potato.
Hot potato. Hey! Catch these views. How about that? Oh.
Catch these views. How about that?
Ooh, they're playing Scriblio. Okay, they just switched from Fall Guys to Scriblio. I actually really like Scriblio. Yes, share the love. Glorious. Ah!
Yo!
Doc! What is this? Hold on.
Let's go.
Oh, we're gonna
They
cancel
don't want
this one.
stream to end yet.
Doc! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, that happened. So, hold on a sec. Where's the milestones? There it is. Well, you unlocked Christmas Tim Tam Slam. And you've unlocked the next. Hold on a sec. I gotta go find. Hold on a sec. I gotta go find the other one. Where's the other one? Gosh. I don't remember what's on there, but let me throw. Give me a second here. Panicking. I wasn't ready for that. Make sure to thank your gifter. But thank you so much for that, Doc. My gosh. Thank you for the gifted sub to L Animations, Audio, Thea, Flannins, and Green. That's very sweet of you. My gosh. Little stinkers. Little goobers. There we go. Okay, so this is the new milestone list we have now. We have Chat Presents, Top 15 Christmas Movies, Supermarket Together, Friday Night Funkin', Chat's Choice for Crowd Control Game, Christmas Karaoke, Unbirthday Stream, and Merch Giveaway at 400. So, woo!
Who told you to do Friday Night Funkin'?
I watched you play it. I'm like, man, I want to play that game. I miss my
Nice.
DDR days, but also I'm like, I'm going to suck because I'm used to it doing the mat and not the keyboarding. So
That's fair.
it's fine. We're stuck here, folks. But anyway, Doc, thank you so much for that. Let me know what colors you want for your Christmas tree ornaments. All right, we're gonna try this again, guys. One more time. There's like an X in the middle of his name, which throws me off every time. All right, we'll try this again. Okay. More bread? All right, we'll put more bread on. Yes, quick, Miss Raid, run. No, not give more subs, woman. Oh my gosh, you guys are goofy goobers, but thank you. I appreciate all the love and support, whether it's financial or not. DJ, you put those bits down. You brats.
Put those bits back where wait, how's that go? Put those bits back where they came from, or so help me.
Yes,
So help me. So help me. So help me.
Exactly. Now we're raiding out. You don't get a hype train. We're raiding out. But again, thank you guys so much for being here. If you want to watch more of the VODs of Morning Monologues, I'm starting to post them regularly on the YouTubes. Go check it out there. Also trying to get back into consistently doing shorts. I just really like editing. So new bit alert. That's always been there, but I might have to come up with a new one. But anyway, hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, wherever the heck you are. And as always, remember you're awesome and you are so, so very loved. Mwah. All right. We'll see you guys tomorrow, either here in the morning or on Joseph's channel in the evening. So until then, bye-bye.
Bye.